Chapter 36:13. This position belongs to you. Besides, I owe him a favor. Master Yin wiped the blood off his face and roared again. Very good pay. A divine artifact, a favor, it's worth it. Just drive him away from the stone table? It's very simple. Many people trembled and looked at Lin Ling maliciously. Princess Tian had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but she sat back down. Now, she wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. After all, even she was extremely respectful to Master Lin Ling, but Lin Ling dared to beat him up. He was too bold. Sure enough, when there is a great reward, there will always be brave men. Someone was about to make a move. Even Kagura had prepared a powerful realm essence, preparing to attack. He was so excited that he wanted to die, because he had finally waited for this opportunity. However, just as he was about to move, the person beside him was even faster. It was Ningbo Tao. Bastard! Kagura couldn't help but curse angrily. This Ningbo Tao was far too cunning. He actually made the first move. Swoosh! A figure leaped past Kagura, bringing with it the sound of a tidal wave. The sound became louder and louder, and finally, the entire ruins began to tremble. Some weaker martial artists even vomited blood and fainted on the ground. I've long heard that Ningbo Tao is a double elemental innate talent. One of them is one of the 6 great heavenly years of Huanyu, but the other one is even more terrifying. Currently, no one knows what level or what kind of innate talent it is, but we only know that it has something to do with sound waves. Kagura instantly furrowed her eyebrows. Ningbo Tao's ranking on the divine list was higher than his. It seemed that Ningbo Tao's reputation was not undeserved. Ah, my ears! What a terrifying sound wave! Save me! Save me! Idiot, if you're not strong enough, then leave the ruins. This is not a place where you can stay. Even the experts outside the feast were affected. Upon closer inspection, there were all sorts of strange sounds. There were tiger roars, tsunamis, and even the cries of children. With all these voices combined together, it was naturally incomparably terrifying. Lin Ling, let's see how you're going to stop me. Let me tell you, my heavenly thunder ear can hear everything in the myriad worlds, and my other innate skill can collect all the sounds in the myriad worlds. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years, these sounds have already reached a terrifying level. In the terrible voice, Ningbo Tao shouted proudly, "Get off the stone table." He walked up to the stone table and reached out with his hand. If one looked closely, they would see that his hand was like a palm leaf fan, but also like a trumpet. All of the sound was coming from his hand. With a slap of his palm, everything except the stone table was turned into dust. Everyone immediately looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was holding an exquisite wine pot and was still drinking. Not only was this guy arrogant, even his courage was extraordinary. Clang! At the critical moment, a sword suddenly appeared, bringing with it a vigorous force as it collided with Ningbo Tao's palm. Scram! Ningbo Tao snorted disdainfully and wanted to slap this person to death. Rumble! However, when the sword and palm collided, something that shocked Ningbo Tao happened. His full-strength attack had been blocked. One had to know that the talent he had at that moment had far exceeded a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. There were not many people present who could block him. Many people also saw this scene. Most importantly, they realized that the person who blocked Ningbo Tao was a delicate beauty. And this beauty was not famous. Everyone only knew that she was the woman beside Lin Ling. However, even the woman beside him was so powerful. What are you doing? You can't even defeat a woman. Coward! Master Yin was fuming with anger. His eyes were filled with jealousy. That beautiful little beauty had saved the youth, and she was so strong. It was too unfair. Such a strong and beautiful beauty should belong to him. Your talent is very average. Your cultivation realm is also average. The reason why you can clash with me is because of the sword in your hand. Ningbo Tao stared at the person in front of him with an ugly expression. He had been blocked, and it was by a woman. He looked at Lin Ling again and realized that Lin Ling was still sitting with his legs crossed as he drank his wine in a carefree manner. At that instant, he was about to explode from anger. Without this sword, you are nothing. Ningbo Tao roared angrily. He knew that if he did not deal with this beauty, he would not be able to approach Lin Ling. Maybe. The woman who had attacked was Yu. Her hair was fluttering as her body emitted a colorful glow. She looked extremely holy. Many people were attracted by her beauty. She was really beautiful, like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, such a beauty belonged to Lin Ling. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Ningbo Tao's palm changed. It was resplendent with golden light as it transformed into 2 gigantic golden ni. The golden ni was as big as a stone table, and it emitted endless sound waves. Everyone's expression changed. Was this Ningbo Tao's second talent? When the golden ni appeared, the entire Blackstone Empire was in turmoil. Endless sound waves exploded everyone's eardrums. Even the ancestral power could not stop the sound waves from pouring in. Clang! However, Yu did not retreat. Above her, a cute little girl appeared. It was the sky-devouring beast. How dare you bully my master, you lowly slave! You must be tired of living. The sky-devouring beast's voice sounded immature, but it carried a domineering aura. The sword in Yu's hand became colorful as it slashed down. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it carried a terrifying power. It froze the golden ni that was about to merge. What? Damn! Fuck, this beauty is the strongest. Wow! Everyone was dumbfounded. They finally understood why Lin Ling was so fearless. Lin Ling was not strong, but the beauty beside him was. Master Yin was even more jealous. This was a divine weapon of a lesser god. This beauty was too suitable to be his maid. He must have her. You! At this moment, Ningbo Tao was no less shocked than the others. Moreover, an indescribable humiliation rose in his heart. Because he thought that Lin Ling would be humiliated by him after he attacked. However, Lin Ling did not move at all. He was just drinking lazily, and the girl beside Lin Ling blocked his attack. Wasn't this saying that Ningbo Tao was not even comparable to his woman? What right did he have to fight with him? Ningbo Tao suddenly remembered that last time in the Starry Forest, Lin Ling relied on the 9 prefectures' 10 devils and the 9th god's eye to be arrogant. Now, the 9 prefectures' 10 devils were not there, but a beauty came out and blocked him. At this moment, Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and drank lightly. He suddenly said, "You want my seat?" Nonsense. Nonsense, I'm taking your position. Stop. Ningbo Tao did not want to be outdone and said coldly. He was riding a tiger and could not get off. After all, he had boasted. If he did not humiliate Lin Ling, he would have no face left. Fine, this table is yours. Stop. However, Lin Ling stood up and left the stone table. Everyone was shocked. They felt like they were dreaming. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he even dared to hit Master Yin. Now, he gave his seat to Ningbo Tao. Chapter 36:14. You don't know who I am. Yu, come over here. Yes. However, Lin Ling had already spoken. He used his words to prove that he had indeed given up one of the 8 seats. Yu frowned slightly, as if she did not understand Lin Ling's actions. However, she still obediently followed Lin Ling. That powerful beauty has left. This doesn't seem to be a joke. Yes. Many people also began to believe it. Look, he even threw down the wine jug. This is definitely true. Ha. Ha, I thought this Lin Ling was very powerful. In the end, he was still afraid of Senior Ning. Yes. Coward, a complete coward. Yes. All kinds of voices rang out. However, Ningbo Tao was still in his dream. Lin Ling was afraid of him. Ha ha ha. He instantly felt proud and complacent. He strode towards Lin Ling's stone table. He looked as if he was elated. Master Yin, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yes. He even said proudly. Because to be able to drive Lin Ling away and give Lin Ling a fatal humiliation, no one could do this. Only Ningbo Tao, and he was the first. After sitting down at Lin Ling's stone table, Ningbo Tao looked at the wine jug left behind by Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Trash, coward, coward. You even forgot to take the wine jug. How scared are you of me? Yes. He could not help but pick up Lin Ling's wine jug and drink it in big gulps. It was as if the wine jug was his trophy. Seeing this, even more cheers could be heard from all around. Brother Ling, this is... Yes. Yu followed Lin Ling. However, Yu was extremely puzzled. Because with her strength, she was confident that she could defeat Ningbo Tao. Xian Yuangu and Xiao Ning were also the same. Their faces were full of suspicion. Especially when they heard the mocking laughter and saw Ningbo Tao's proud face, they felt extremely uncomfortable. There's a good show to watch. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile when he saw their frowns. A good show. Yu and the others were even more confused. Just now, when I was drinking, I suddenly discovered that the wine jug moved. It seemed like someone was investigating it. Later on, I found out that someone had followed the spirit formation imprint on the wine jug and came here. Lin Ling explained, and this wine jug was snatched from the hands of the Flying Dragon organization, and the young man holding the wine jug once said that this wine jug seemed to belong to some assassin emperor. Is the king of assassins coming? Yu and the others' eyes lit up. To those who love wine, this wine jug can be said to be a great treasure. Furthermore, when has the Flying Dragon organization ever been robbed? Therefore, the killer emperor must be furious right now. Not only does he want to take back the wine jug, he also wants to teach the person who stole his wine jug a lesson. Lin Ling said again. Brother Ling, do you mean that Ningbo Tao is going to take the blame for you? Yu couldn't help but look at Ningbo Tao. At this moment, Ningbo Tao was proudly drinking wine and enjoying everyone's worship. Moreover, after seeing Yu's gaze, he raised his wine cup even more gracefully. This posture was extremely suave. This elegance attracted tens of millions of women to death. Ningbo Tao clearly also thought that Yu was attracted by his elegance. Brother Ling, I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Yu couldn't help but laugh. After following Lin Ling for so long, the originally pure her had also been led astray quite a bit. And Xian Yuangu was even secretly giggling. She was originally a little witch, so this kind of thing was naturally happy to hear and see. However, Yu also said somewhat worriedly, Brother Ling, there are many enemies here, and we're not in the final world. If they join forces, we can't stop them. She knew that many people wanted Lin Ling to die, but Lin Ling had always been in the final world, so everyone was helpless. However, this was the east border. It's fine, I have the key in my hand. If you provoke me, we'll just break up. However, Lin Ling didn't mind and smiled. Since he dared to come, he naturally had something to rely on. Who stole our Flying Dragon organization seat? who stole my wine jug?" At this moment, a violent shout suddenly came, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. A handsome old man wearing a blue robe with long hair wildly fluttering in the wind shot out from the whirlpool. His speed was incomparably fast. While flying, the entire Blackstone Empire actually shook. Very strong. Everyone felt that it was extremely difficult to breathe. This was probably a demigod powerhouse. "Sir, the wine jug is here. He stole it, and he even threatened that the Flying Dragon organization is a group of pigs." At the same time, a large number of people rushed in. One of the young men pointed forward and said, "He was the young man whose wine jug was stolen by Lin Ling, and coincidentally, he was also Kagura's younger brother, Kamikin." Pigs. The old man in the sky looked as if he was about to explode. His aura was like that of a Generation Sword demon, and even more like that of a killing demon. After stealing his wine jug, he still dared to call them pigs. It had been a long time since someone dared to make such a joke. He instantly reached the ground, then pounced on Lin Ling's stone table, and suddenly grabbed at Ningbo Tao. At this moment, Ningbo Tao still had a smug smile on his face because Lin Ling was afraid of him. He was even more afraid that he didn't even want his precious wine jug. While he was feeling proud, he never expected that the old man would suddenly attack him. He was at a loss and even a little confused. Unstoppable. The old man grabbed Ningbo Tao and smashed him into the ground. Rumble. This smash was earth-shattering. Ningbo Tao's teeth were all shattered. "You stole my wine jug." The old man shouted angrily and smashed again. Rumble. It was as if the mountains and seas were flowing backward. Ningbo Tao's nose was broken. "You still dare to call me a pig? You must have had a good time, right? Do you regret it now? Do you regret it?" The third smash shook the earth. Ningbo Tao's head was bleeding. Moreover, the old man was venting his anger and continued to smash him. "How dare you steal my wine jug? How dare you, how dare you, how dare you?" With every smash, the people's hearts rumbled. As for Ningbo Tao, he was almost smashed to death. He felt wronged. "Senior, why did you attack me?" He also sensed that the person who attacked him was extremely powerful. However, what made him depressed was that it seemed to be his first time meeting this senior. "You still dare to play dumb?" When the old man heard that, he became even more furious. "Play dumb, play dumb, play dumb." He seemed to be holding Ningbo Tao like a puppet, and smashed him even harder. Ningbo Tao immediately vomited blood. He felt dizzy, but he was still very confused. He only knew that this was an unexpected disaster. "Sir, it doesn't seem to be him." At this moment, Xinjian's voice suddenly came. The old man frowned and finally stopped his crazy actions. As if he was holding a kitten, he lifted Ningbo Tao up. Xinjian looked at Ningbo Tao from head to toe and frowned. "Although he's been smashed beyond recognition, I can still see that it's not him." The old man frowned even more and said coldly to Ningbo Tao, "Who are you?" "Fuck." Ningbo Tao vomited a mouthful of blood. "After smashing him for so long, you still don't know who I am? Kid, if it's not you, why are you holding my wine jug?" Chapter 36:15. There was no limit to his arrogance. Ningbo Tao stared blankly at the wine jug. Everyone also looked at the wine jug. This wine pot seemed to have been used by Lin Ling before, and then he gave it to Ningbo Tao. Could it be? Many people instantly had their guesses, and their pupils trembled violently. As for Ningbo Tao, he had been wondering why such a powerful expert would want to attack him. However, after looking at the flagon, he instantly understood. Fuck, I've been tricked. This wine jug was definitely snatched by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that an expert was coming, so he gave the wine jug to him. And he had taken a beating for Lin Ling for nothing. He felt that with the reputation of the son of the devil, Lin Ling, how could he be a coward? Lin Ling, you dare to harm me. I'm going to kill you. Thinking of this, Ningbo Tao roared to the sky. He knew that if this matter were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the final world. In fact, there were already many people who were secretly laughing at him. Before this, Senior Ning was like an ever-victorious general. He was drinking so casually. That's right. At that time, I thought he was the first one to eat crabs. You've greatly humiliated Lin Ling. So I was played. Speaking of which, Senior Ning was beaten quite miserably. Although the whispers were soft, how could they escape Ningbo Tao's ears? He wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. It's him, it's him. At this moment, Kamikan finally saw Lin Ling. Little brother, did he steal your things? The pale-faced man, Kagura, also immediately looked at Lin Ling and flew into a rage. It was one thing for this Lin Ling to humiliate him, but he didn't even let his younger brother off. This brat is too ruthless. He must be taught a deadly lesson. Otherwise, he will become lawless and arrogant. Master Yin also let out an angry roar. His face was still covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. People like Lord Long, Huang Fuyao, and the others were secretly shocked by the commotion Lin Ling had caused, but at the same time, they were gloating. Lin Ling had beaten and toyed with the crowd. It was indeed satisfying, but what came next was the fury of the crowd. And Lin Ling only had a few people. How could he stop everyone? Why are you all so agitated? Lin Ling sat down at another table and said faintly, Ningbo Tao, wipe the blood off your nose before you talk to me. Grandmaster Yin, why don't you comb your hair? No matter what, you're wearing a golden patterned exalted gown. Are you trying to smear the name of world spiritists? And that young man over there, all I did was snatch your jug of wine. Why are you so agitated? His voice continued to float out, angering the crowd once again. A nosebleed. Ningbo Tao was even angrier. Wasn't this nosebleed all because of Lin Ling? Little friend, you've got guts. You snatched my wine jug and even dared to play tricks on me. Do you believe that I won't kill you immediately? The Emperor of Assassins said coldly. Your Excellency, you should know that you'll face serious consequences for causing trouble at my heroes' assembly. Princess Tian, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The crowd finally revealed their fangs at this moment. Seeing this, Kagura, Ningbo Tao, and the others' anger finally subsided. That was because they could see Lin Ling dying before their eyes. I have to admit that the son of demon, Lin Ling, is indeed powerful. When he was still weak, he dared to challenge the experts of the final world. Now that he has entered the final world, he even dares to challenge the ancient experts. He has not died yet. In the hearts of the major forces, the son of demon is like a miracle, an undefeatable legend. But now, the legend is going to be defeated. Kagura and Ningbo Tao spoke at the same time. They started to get excited. That was because the crowd was obviously furious. Lin Ling could not escape even if he had wings. Go to hell. The Emperor of Assassins directly attacked. A sword flew out from his back. He held it in his hand and threw it at Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling block the attack of a half-step to martial god realm expert? At this moment, many people's lips curled into a smile. Some people who knew Lin Ling's background took out spiritual talismans and wanted to record the scene. They knew that when the spiritual talismans that recorded the scene were spread, apart from the final world, Zhuzhou would be in an uproar. That was because this was the scene before the death of the famous son of demon, Lin Ling. The Emperor of Assassins' sword was very fast. His murderous aura was gushing out. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was as slow as usual. Didn't he tell you that not only did I steal your flagon, but I also stole his monster? Yes. So what? The Emperor of Assassins' cold voice drifted out from the void. It's nothing. The monster had a key. The key was dazzling with golden light. It was very beautiful. I don't know what material it was made of. I don't know how hard it is. Could it be broken by my grip? Lin Ling said slowly. Ha, idiot. Hearing his words, many people laughed even louder. Lin Ling was about to die, yet he was still talking about a key. Was he here to be funny? Only Princess Tian frowned. Key? The Duan family's Duan Feihong's expression changed. Key? Shen Jian suddenly thought of something and shouted, Sir, you can't kill him. The last key is in his hands. Boom. His voice was earth-shattering, shocking everyone. Everyone knew that there were 8 keys to open the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, no one knew that the last key was in Lin Ling's hands. At the same time, Lin Ling held the wine cup in one hand and tossed the key in the other. After tossing it a few times, he finally held it in his hand. He was calm and relaxed. He was like an emperor who smiled at the mountains and rivers. He was like a god who controlled the universe. Everyone stared at the key, their hearts beating violently. Especially when they saw Lin Ling's hand that was holding the key. After slightly exerting force, a voice almost subconsciously sounded. No. It was Princess Tian's voice. At the same time, the Emperor of Assassins' sword arrived. It was only a centimeter away from Lin Ling's neck, but it stopped abruptly because the Emperor of Assassins also knew what Lin Ling was holding in his hand. Kill him. Why don't you kill him? On the contrary, Lin Ling drank calmly and didn't even look at the Emperor of Assassins. He was calm and relaxed. The Emperor of Assassins narrowed his eyes. How would he dare to kill? He didn't dare to touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head. Coward! Lin Ling suddenly roared and reprimanded the Emperor of Assassins. The Emperor of Assassins was an expert with 20 kills. He was the #1 expert in the Flying Dragon organization under the God of Assassins. Who would dare to reprimand him? However, Lin Ling dared and reprimanded him in front of everyone. You scolded me. The Emperor of Assassins' long hair fluttered in the wind. He was obviously angry. However, after his hair fluttered, it revealed a handsome face. No one expected the Emperor of Assassins to be so handsome. Even though he was old and had experienced the vicissitudes of life, his temperament was still extraordinary. He was very manly. Trash. Lin Ling also stood up and looked directly into the Emperor of Assassins' eyes. Trash. Lin Ling even took a step forward. Crazy. Crazy beyond imagination. Chapter 36:16. An agreement was reached. You're not afraid of death. The eyes of the King of Assassins were filled with anger. He couldn't take it anymore. Paw. His handsome face was immediately slapped hard by Lin Ling. This slap will tell you whether I'm scared or not. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The strength of this slap was not small. It was like a claw, scratching the handsome face of the King of Assassins. It also made the King of Assassins tremble. He gritted his teeth and said, "My handsome left face." Hearing this, everyone was completely speechless. Who would have thought that the Emperor of Assassins was also a narcissist? Senior Ding, no. However, Princess Tian still stopped the King of Assassins' impulse because the key was in Lin Ling's hands. If Lin Ling destroyed it, then all their efforts would be in vain. His voice calmed the king of assassins down, but it was just to suppress his anger. I don't like people pointing a sword at me. I didn't like it in the past, and I still don't like it now. Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. What do you want? The king of assassins also said in a low voice, you should know that killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Your arrogance in front of me will only make me angrier. In the end, I still have to kill you. What a joke. Do you really think you can kill me? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. If they were to go all out, even if he teamed up with Yu, this king of assassins might not be able to kill him. In the end, the Flying Dragon organization was a great power in the 9 provinces, but in the final world, it could only be said to be a very ordinary existence. If you destroy the sword, I won't bother about what happened before. Lin Ling said again. Destroy the sword. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was ruthless enough. Everyone who wielded a sword, even if they weren't a complete swordsman, would still cherish their swords. Not to mention the emperor of assassins who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. His sword had probably followed him for tens of thousands of years. It was his comrade, his partner, and even his brother. And now, Lin Ling wanted the king of killers to kill his brother. Don't look at me with such a hateful gaze. You should know that if I didn't have the key, you would have already killed me. Therefore, it's normal for me to destroy your sword. Lin Ling looked straight into the eyes of the king of assassins, forcing the king of assassins to kill his own brother. This was also Lin Ling's way of telling everyone that if they wanted to kill him, Lin Ling, they'd better weigh themselves first. The eyes of the assassin emperor turned ice cold. Did Qin Wendian want him to break his sword? What a joke! But at this time, an ancient voice suddenly floated into his ears, causing his complexion to change greatly. But this voice was telling him to listen to Lin Ling's words, and the most important thing was that the person speaking had a background above his. Clang! The king of assassins broke his own sword and looked at the broken pieces of his sword on the ground. His heart was bleeding. King of assassins, you're really a coward and a piece of trash. You've disappointed me too much. Because the sword is a martial artist's life, dignity, and honor, you've destroyed your dignity for some reason. What a disgrace. Just as his sword broke, Lin Ling mocked him. In another situation, if there was an expert pressuring Lin Ling and forcing him to destroy his sword, then Lin Ling would only have one choice. He wanted the sword, but he didn't have it. He wanted his life. The tyrannical singer's sword was Lin Ling's brother, and he would never destroy it. From this point, it could be seen the difference between the king of assassins and Lin Ling. You're a disgrace to us swordsmen. Lin Ling raised his palm and slapped the right side of the king of assassins' face. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap was heard, and a bloody scar appeared on the right side of the king of assassins' face, causing his expression to be extremely interesting. He seemed to be angry, furious, and even full of murderous intent. But in the end, he held it in. That handsome right side of my face. He could only let out a low voice. His words caused everyone to fall silent. Everyone could see that the king of assassins had a weird personality. He loved swords and beauty. But Lin Ling destroyed everything that he cherished. Most importantly, the king of assassins couldn't do anything about it and could only swallow his anger. Who else? Then, Lin Ling stepped over the king of assassins and looked at everyone with contempt. The words, who else, dominated everyone. Kagura and Ningbo Tao felt suffocated. They thought that they were about to witness a miracle, but in the end, Lin Ling was still alive. Especially those experts who wanted to record everything with their talismans, their faces turned black from anger. The undefeated legend was still undefeated. He could be called an undying legend. Then, they destroyed the talismans in their hands in anger because the talismans didn't record the scene of Lin Ling being killed. Instead, it recorded the scene of the king of assassins being slapped in the face. "You're Lin Ling, right? What happened before was a misunderstanding." At this time, Princess Tian's voice floated over. Her attitude towards Lin Ling wasn't as arrogant as before. "Misunderstanding?" Lin Ling smiled faintly and interrupted, "Don't say such hypocritical words. You don't dare to touch me because of the key." Princess Tian's pretty face froze for a moment. She was furious in her heart. This Lin Ling actually didn't give her any face at all. "Very well, let's get straight to the point." Princess Tian said, "We need your key to enter the Eight Gods' heavenly palace." "What do you think?" "That's my intention." Lin Ling nodded. Although many people wanted to kill him, he had to go to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Firstly, he wanted to snatch the treasures of the Flying Dragon organization. Secondly, the Eight Gods' heavenly palace was a forbidden area in the universe. Lin Ling wanted to use this forbidden area to enter the martial ancestor realm. This was an opportunity and also an opportunity. "All right. I agree to open the Eight Gods' heavenly palace first." Duan Feihong and Wu Feiming looked deeply at Lin Ling and said. No matter what kind of grudge they had with Lin Ling, the Eight Gods' heavenly palace was undoubtedly more important at the moment. Everyone nodded. Recalling everything that had happened before, they were a little frightened. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. It turned out that he had nothing to fear. However, many people were also gloating over his misfortune. After entering the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, he'll definitely be unable to escape death after provoking so many people. Because I think the Killer Emperor wants to kill him the most. It's not just the Killer Emperor. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, and the others also want to kill Lin Ling. However, the beauty beside Lin Ling is very powerful. If they don't deal with her, it'll be difficult to kill Lin Ling. Don't worry, after entering the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, there'll be plenty of time. The Killer Emperor's face had been scratched by Lin Ling. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Ling with a venomous gaze. As an assassin, he had killed countless people in his life, but they were all killed to complete missions. However, this was the first time he wanted to take the initiative to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling cleanly, so that Lin Ling would not be able to reincarnate. Of course, Ningbo Tao and the others' killing intent was not much weaker than the Killer Emperor's. After all, this was the Eastern region. Killing Lin Ling was not a crime. If there was a chance, they would definitely take action. Chapter 36:17. Entering the Eight Gods' heavenly palace again. Brother Ling, many of them have bad intentions. I'm afraid that once we enter the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, they will attack us. Yu Yu also sensed the killing intent of the crowd and reminded him. It's fine. I'm very familiar with the 5th level of the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. It's impossible for them to kill me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Moreover, they don't know how strong I am. They only think that you are strong. Hearing this, Yu Yu nodded excitedly. In reality, Lin Ling was stronger than Yu Yu. If he joined forces with Yu Yu, they could even defeat the Emperor of Assassins. As for Ningbo Tao and the others, they were simply not enough. Of course, Lin Ling also kept an eye out because the God of Assassins still had not appeared. This guy was indeed the most terrifying assassin, hiding in the dark all this time. During the break, more and more people gathered at the ruins. There were strong and weak people, and it was Princess Tian and the others who had called them over. After the incident with Lin Ling, they felt that there was a need to bring more experts into the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, as long as they were willing to join, they could enter the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. After the warriors arrived, they also heard about what had happened not long ago. This surprised them. They were also skeptical about it. They did not believe that a junior of the Saint Realm could play around with the experts. 6 hours later, everyone was gathered together. On top of an ancient black altar, Lin Ling and the others stood there, holding keys in their hands. The Emperor of Assassins stared at Lin Ling like a tiger eyeing its prey. His originally handsome face was now somewhat comical. "Your incomparably handsome face." Lin Ling immediately laughed sarcastically. He knew that the Emperor of Assassins wanted to use him and then kill him. "You're courting death." Lin Ling's sarcasm was undoubtedly very effective. The Emperor of Assassins, who had always been calm, almost flew into a rage. The main thing was that Lin Ling had left a scratch on his handsome face, and he was currently unable to break it. How could he, who loved beauty, accept this? "Senior Ding, we should prioritize the important matters." But at this moment, Princess Tian hurriedly reminded him. Next, the 8 of them took out their keys. The keys immediately bloomed with light. 8 pillars of light shot out and merged together. It was as if they had opened an ancient forbidden door. Beneath the ground, rumbling sounds could be heard as an ancient heavenly palace slowly emerged. Looking at the heavenly palace, everyone's breathing seemed to stop. In truth, many people had entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but they were only able to reach the first few levels. By the time they had the strength to reach the last few levels, the 8 gods' heavenly palace would disappear. It had to be said that this was one of the greatest regrets in life. But now, they had found the 8 gods' heavenly palace again. 8 gods' heavenly palace again. Lin Ling looked at the ancient heavenly palace with nostalgia, especially the forbidden steel at the side of the heavenly palace. This made Lin Ling sigh repeatedly. Rumble. At the same time, the gate of the 8 gods' heavenly palace opened and an ancient desolate aura filled the air. At this moment, everyone became excited. The 8 gods' heavenly palace is no small matter. I hope that before we enter completely, no one will cause any trouble. Princess Tian reminded at the same time, as if to remind the Killer Emperor and the others not to attack Lin Ling for the time being. These 8 keys lead to the 5th level. Everyone, enter. Princess Tian said again. Everyone nodded and followed Princess Tian into the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The 8 keys were still floating in the sky. There were several times when the Killer Emperor wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he held himself back in the end. After entering, there would be plenty of opportunities. Therefore, he said coldly to Lin Ling, after entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace, I will find you. At that time, I will break your neck and drink your blood. The moment you attack, you will die without a doubt. Lin Ling replied with equal harshness, not showing any weakness. Humph. The Killer Emperor snorted coldly and entered through the gate. One by one, the crowd also disappeared into it. Lin Ling looked at the densely packed people and knew that the Killer God was hiding among them. Then, he entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace as well. An ancient aura filled his body. However, Lin Ling and the others were holding hands, so they were not separated this time. When they appeared again, they were already at the foot of an ancient mountain. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The heaven and earth here were the same as the outside world, but the sun in the sky was golden. The ancient land was vast and boundless as if it was endless. Metal elemental land. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was very familiar with this place. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had stayed here for a long time because he was looking for the entrance to the next level. Therefore, when he returned here, Lin Ling felt as if he was dreaming of Li Xiaoyao's era. Splash! At this moment, the rumbling sound of a river could be heard from the foot of the mountain. It made Lin Ling frown as he looked into the distance. He saw a purple river at the foot of the mountain. From afar, it looked like a purple divine dragon. The river water was churning and the waves were horrifying. It was unknown where the source of the river was or where the end was. It looked extremely ancient. However, Lin Ling was extremely familiar with this ancient river. My luck is so good to actually encounter the Purple Spirit River. Lin Ling could not help but smile in excitement. He looked around and saw that Yu Yu and the rest were safe and sound. He was also looking curiously at the river. Especially Xiaoning. She was the most curious. Seeing that Xiaoning was not strong, but she was constantly protecting Yu Yu and the rest, Lin Ling could not help but nod his head secretly. Following that, he exhorted, Xiaoning, you are still very weak. You must always follow Yu Yu and the rest. In fact, he knew that Xiaoning's talent was extremely powerful. It was just that she had yet to awaken it. After all, to be able to resist his soul power, he had never seen such a powerful ultimate desolate body. Yes, Uncle Lin. Xiaoning said obediently as she nodded her head. Brother Ling, what is the Purple Spirit River? Yu Yu asked out of curiosity. A divine river of unknown origins. The water of this river is extremely powerful. It can make a warrior's strength disappear completely, sealing everything. Lin Ling explained, however, other than sealing all powers, this river does not have any fatal damage. Most importantly, this river can flush out treasures from the era of the gods. In the past, I have seen people pick up the arms of gods, bones, and other items from the river. As for divine artifacts, treasures, and other items, there are countless of them. However, due to time constraints, some treasures can still be used, while others are just scrap metal. Furthermore, there is a limit to how long the Purple Spirit River can flush out treasures. It can only last for about 2 hours. After 2 hours, the treasures will no longer flush out. As for when the treasures will flush out, no one knows. Lin Ling continued. So magical. Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu were shocked. They were quite knowledgeable, but this was the first time they had heard of a river that could flush out treasures. Uncle Lin, look. There's a small boat over there. Chapter 36:18. Fishing for treasure. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to tremble violently. Then, he laughed maniacally. Looks like we're very lucky to have encountered the moment when the spirit river gushes out of the treasure. Quick, pick up all the treasures along the way. Really? Yu Yu and the others were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Uncle Lin, let me help you too. Xiao Ning said immediately. Come on, the Purple Spirit River is not dangerous. It only seals all powers. You don't have any powers with you, so you will be fine. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. After he finished speaking, he jumped into the river with a splash. At the same time, a mysterious power enveloped Lin Ling's body. It was as grand as the power of a god, sealing away all of Lin Ling's strength. Realm essence, fleshly body, and even soul force were the same. Yu Yu and the rest had just fallen into the water when they immediately noticed this strange phenomenon. They also realized that their speed in the river was very slow. Don't worry, let's pick up the treasure first. Lin Ling hurriedly said. Following that, he began to happily fish for treasures. There were all kinds of treasures left in the river. Some were broken, some were brand new. There were supreme weapons, divine weapons, and even some Lingji mushrooms. Most importantly, such a treasure didn't require much effort at all, and one could easily pick it up. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only a step away from the martial progenitor realm. His current cultivation resources were not enough for him to have a breakthrough. Therefore, he needed even more cultivation resources. Even if it was a worn-out divine artifact, with his primal chaos divine formula, he could refine it completely. Brother Ling, this is bad. Look, a dragon is swimming down. After an unknown amount of time, Yu suddenly pointed to the front and said. Lin Ling immediately looked over and laughed again. I'm rich, I'm rich. That's the corpse of the dragon god. The dragon god's corpse. Yu and Xian Yuangu were shocked. This divine river was really amazing. Not only did it rush out of the divine tool, it even brought out the dragon god of the dragon race. Lin Ling quickly swam over. Although all his strength was sealed and his speed was very slow, he couldn't care less about that at the moment. As for that dragon god, Lin Ling guessed that it was a dragon god from the era of gods. Perhaps it had died in battle, so it sank into the divine river. Moreover, after countless years, its dragon chi had also dimmed a lot. However, it was still able to increase Lin Ling's talent. Xiao Ning was also swimming at the back, but she was a little weak. Xiao Ning, just watch the treasures from the shore. When Yu saw this, she could not help but shout. All right. Xiao Ning quickly swam to the shore and looked at the treasures that Lin Ling and the others had fished out. Those treasures were piled up like a mountain. Xiao Ning could not help but suck in a cold breath. Xiao Ning did not understand these treasures, but she knew that they were priceless. She had heard that treasures were snatched back, but this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Looking at Lin Ling again, the three of them stopped the dragon god's corpse that was drifting with the waves. Each of them wiped the water droplets off their faces and laughed excitedly. You have the dragon god's talent. This can improve your talent. Gooper, you can also refine your dragon bones. Although you can't get the purest dragon bloodline, at least it's considered a dragon bloodline. Lin Ling looked at the two girls and said. Okay. Brother Ling, we've been out adventuring so many times. This is the richest time we've ever made. I wonder if there are still treasures left upstream. Yu and the others were very excited and kept talking. You guys are too greedy. After all, we were already very lucky when we encountered the treasures flowing out of the Purple Spirit River. So, we should be content. Besides, there will be no more treasures flowing out in 2 hours. So, hurry up and collect the treasures. Lin Ling scratched the noses of his two beautiful wives and laughed. Okay, I got it. Look, there's a shield over there. It looks very exquisite. Brother Ling, there's a set of scriptures here. This scripture is very suitable for Gu. One had to admit that the Purple Spirit River was really a treasure trove. The treasures flowing out seemed to be endless. Of course, the Divine River was one of the major features of the Metal Elemental Land. So, there were people who were greedy and wanted to follow the river to find the source. Unfortunately, they still could not find the source after 30,000 years. In the end, they left it unsettled. Uncle Lin and the others have a great harvest. On the shore, Xiao Ning was also happy for Lin Ling and the others. There are treasures. However, at this moment, a large number of people walked over. Then, they were attracted by the light of the treasures and quickened their pace. When they reached the river, they were all dumbfounded. This was because the treasures were piled up like a mountain. Oh my God, divine weapons, supreme grade weapons. How can there be so many? Could it be that we have reached the end of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Look, what a huge divine dragon. This is a real divine dragon. After these people arrived, they all shouted excitedly, as if these treasures belonged to them. What are you doing? When Xiao Ning saw this, she immediately shouted. She was in charge of looking after the treasures. How could she let these people snatch the treasures away? Little girl, get lost. However, these powerful people did not care about Xiao Ning at all. They were the powerful people of the divine 3 halls of the various academies. In their eyes, Xiao Ning was just like an ordinary person. Look, there's someone in the river. Suddenly, someone pointed at the purple spirit river and said, "That's Lin Ling." Some people even recognized Lin Ling. This time, half of them frowned, while the other half was disdainful. "Lin Ling, are you trying to take the treasures for yourself? Aren't you too greedy?" Among the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. His tone was dignified and righteous. This also made the others agree, thinking that Lin Ling was too greedy and wanted to take the treasures for himself. At this moment, Lin Ling's 3 people in the river also saw this group of people. Lin Ling also saw that the person who spoke was actually Shen Jian from the Flying Dragon organization. However, not all of the powerful people around this guy were from the Flying Dragon organization, so he did not look as arrogant as before. "Get lost." In the river, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Shen Jian was immediately shocked. After all, he had been easily defeated by Lin Ling. "How dare you? You're Lin Ling, right? I want that saber flowing by you. Bring it to me." However, while Shen Jian was afraid of Lin Ling, the others were not. First of all, some of them were not at the banquet at the beginning, so they had only heard of Lin Ling's fame. Second of all, even though some people had witnessed Lin Ling's heroic spirit at the banquet, Lin Ling had not made a move. They thought that Lin Ling was not strong. "Lin Ling, right? You should know that everyone was afraid of you at the Heroes' Assembly because you had the key. However, I have no enmity with you. Give me that set of scriptures, and I won't interfere in your affairs." Another powerful person said lightly. Moreover, he had already found a treasure that caught his eye among the treasures that Lin Ling had scooped up. It was as if these treasures belonged to everyone. Chapter 36:19. Landing. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram." Lin Ling didn't say anything else, and his voice became even colder. "Fuck, who do you think you are?" Among the crowd, someone took the initiative to attack Lin Ling. His palms slammed out, and a terrifying boundary essence suppressed Lin Ling. "You haven't even entered the divine list, so you can't hurt him." However, someone at the side immediately spoke up. Although they were not afraid of Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling was indeed capable. Those who were not on the divine list or celestial stairway would not be able to hurt Lin Ling. However, the result was that the person who had attacked sent Lin Ling flying back several meters. This time, everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling was so weak. "Ha, Lin Ling, looks like you're just putting on a strong front." Shen Jian was extremely excited and immediately attacked. A sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed into the water. Crash! That sword had immediately cut off a strand of Lin Ling's long hair. This made Guzan even more excited. "Lin Ling is not as strong as we thought. Everyone, attack him as you wish." Then, Shen Jian said to the crowd. Everyone frowned and immediately tried to attack. In the end, under their combined efforts, Lin Ling was so intimidated that he spat out blood. "You really don't live up to your reputation." Seeing this, many people shook their heads in disdain. He had heard of Lin Ling's illustrious name because he was a heroic figure. In the end, it turned out that he was such a trashy existence. "Brother Ling." In the river, Yu and the others also shouted in worry. "I'm fine." Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold as he nodded. The reason why he was attacked was mainly because of the river water. The river water here sealed all of his power. "Lin Ling, leave that saber to me." At this time, another person walked out. It was Lord Long. Scram! Lin Ling only had one word for him. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he would not compromise. "What about me? Lin Ling, you and I have a grudge. Take that set of armor not far away from me, and we'll settle our grudge." This time, it was an expert on the divine list who spoke. Scram! Lin Ling was still the same. Teach him a lesson. The expert on the god list immediately became enraged. He leaped up and began to bombard the purple spirit river. Rumble. The purple spirit river instantly sent out huge waves. But what was shocking was that no matter how much the river water churned, not a single drop of water landed on the shore. It was as if the river water had its own rules and could only churn in the river. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was in a bad situation. With his strength sealed, it was very difficult for him to block their attacks. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This also made people look down on Lin Ling even more. Lin Ling was just someone with an undeserved reputation. It seemed like rumors were just rumors after all. Lin Ling, weren't you very proud? Weren't you very arrogant? Why do you look like a piece of trash now? Shen Jian raised his eyebrows and said to Lin Ling in disdain. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He looked at Shen Jian with disdain. He could kill such trash with a single finger. The reason why he was helpless now wasn't because Shen Jian had won against Lin Ling, but because the celestial river had won against Lin Ling. If we don't get to the shore, we can't fight back at all. Lin Ling secretly transmitted his voice to Yu Yu and the rest. But they're attacking the river madly. The water is churning, and it's hard for us to swim across. Yu Yu and the rest frowned. We can only give it a try. I'll refine the dragon god and use the temporary strength after refining to rush out of the purple spirit river. Once I'm out of the river, their time of death will come. Lin Ling said as he looked at the dragon god's corpse not far away. All right. Yu Yu and the rest nodded immediately. Lin Ling swam toward the dragon god's corpse and looked for the dragon heart. After pulling it out, he immediately refined it. The entire dragon god's corpse was too huge. It would take a long time to refine it. Therefore, Lin Ling chose to refine the dragon heart. The time needed to refine the dragon heart was obviously much shorter. Of course, Lin Ling also kept an eye on the shore. He wasn't afraid that those people would jump into the celestial river to kill him. Even if those people jumped into the river, their strength would be sealed and they wouldn't be able to kill him at all. He was more afraid that those people would take his treasures and run away. However, he was obviously overthinking it. Not only did that group of people not leave, but they also started to share the treasures on the spot. This was because Lin Ling had scooped up too many treasures. Therefore, it was extremely time-consuming to share them. I want this set of armor. Bullshit, I saw it first. I still don't want the armor, but I want that spear. Stop fighting, everyone. Let's follow the order and choose one treasure each. This group of experts was like a group of bandits, completely treating the treasures that Lin Ling had painstakingly scooped up as their own. A greedy expert even pointed at the celestial river and said, "There are still many treasures in that spear. After Lin Ling scoops it up, we can slowly divide them, so don't be anxious." Hee, you're right. The others immediately nodded. They were becoming less and less afraid of Lin Ling. Perhaps the continuous attacks from before had made them think that Lin Ling was only so. After all, although Lin Ling was the number one in the Tongshan Tower, he still hadn't officially entered the god list. Everyone was just guessing his strength. Lin Ling is floating on the river. What's he doing? Shen Jian suddenly pointed at Lin Ling and said. What else can he be doing? He should be healing his injuries. Sigh, if he's not an expert on the god list, he's just too weak. When he sees us, he doesn't even dare to climb onto the river. An expert on the god list shook his head and said. So that's how it is. Shen Jian's eyes lit up. He took out a talisman and waved it in the air, recording everything in front of him. How could he not record such a proud moment? Next, they began to divide the spoils again. None of them knew that the Grim Reaper in the river was quietly awakening. Rumble. At this moment, in the river, Lin Ling's body rumbled. The dragon god's heart was worthy of being a treasure of the dragon god. After refining it, a terrifying power surged into Lin Ling's body and was forcibly inserted into the heavenly dragon's bones by Lin Ling. The heavenly dragon's bones immediately transformed, becoming even more ancient and desolate. On top of the dragon bones, there were even ancient patterns that flowed. Crack! The bones that were hidden in Lin Ling's body let out a low rumbling sound at this moment. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and walked toward the shore step by step. During this process, he discovered that the talent of the heavenly dragon's bones continued to increase. It was this power that allowed Lin Ling to stabilize his body and not be afraid of the river's turbulence. Who allowed you to come up? Someone saw Lin Ling. He slashed out with 40% of his ancestral power. It was the power of Mount Tai. Rumble. A knife wound appeared on Lin Ling's chest, so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed like a river, and Lin Ling was forced to retreat a few meters. Chapter 36:20. They were completely ashore. Interesting. The expert revealed a mocking smile and slashed out with his saber again. Swoosh. Lin Ling's chest once again had a knife wound. Although it was bleeding this time, no bones could be seen. Ha! It's the same slash, but why is the damage different? Am I not in the right state? That expert frowned and was somewhat puzzled. Lin Ling was still moving forward. Trash, I'll show you the power of an expert on the divine list. That expert didn't think too much and slashed out with his saber again. It was as if his saber could split the universe. This time, Lin Ling was forced back a meter, but a knife wound appeared on his chest. However, there was no bleeding. Wanching Machete God, you are a master ranked 471st on the divine list. Your machete is getting weaker and weaker. Did that slut yesterday consume all your energy? Someone immediately mocked. The master who had attacked felt humiliated. Lin Ling, who was not even on the divine list, had blocked his attack and made him a laughingstock. Hee, I was just not in my best form before. This time, I'll show you the real saber god. That expert smiled confidently. The saber in his hand moved like a storm, it was very elegant. With a slash of the saber, the roar of a dragon and tiger shook the world. This person's innate talent was actually a dragon and tiger divine beast, an extremely rare existence. Good blade, its speed has reached 600 realm speed. 40% of ancestral force and innate force. As expected of an expert ranked 471st on the god list. The surrounding people immediately said in admiration. That saber was indeed ferocious. Rumble. The divine river immediately exploded, and the river water rushed into the sky, continuing to churn. However, this slash only pushed Lin Ling back by 1 meter, and Lin Ling's chest was completely unharmed. Very clearly, the dragon god's heart was playing a role. This was because the purple spirit river was constantly sealing Lin Ling's power. Perhaps this was the price one had to pay to obtain the treasure. However, Lin Ling was using the heart of the dragon deity to constantly generate new power. Although this power would be sealed by the purple spirit river, it required a certain amount of time. And this period of time was when Lin Ling came ashore. What? Unscathed. Wanching Blade God, are you going easy on him? I think so. All the experts frowned at first, but then they burst into laughter. However, the expert who had attacked had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Going easy on him? Bullshit, he didn't go easy on him at all. It's definitely because my condition isn't good. Damn it, I spent the whole night with that beautiful woman who practices the Jade Maiden Divine technique, causing my martial arts today to be somewhat blurry. That expert secretly guessed. Then, he slashed out again. This slash only made Lin Ling retreat half a meter. What? That expert's pupils trembled fiercely. His saber was getting weaker and weaker. Again. However, Lin Ling remained motionless after the slash. Meanwhile, the crowd began to feel that something was not right. The first slash was fine, but the second and third slashes were perfectly fine, and they were getting closer to the shore. Let's give it a try. The experts exchanged glances with one another, before they began to bombard Lin Ling. Puff! Lin Ling immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was severely injured. Although he was able to face a late-stage martial progenitor, there was no way he could resist the attacks of so many martial progenitors. Ha! Many people burst out laughing when they saw Lin Ling spit out blood. It seemed like they had been worried for nothing. However, after Lin Ling spat out blood, his eyes were filled with determination and flames as he continued to move forward. It was as if there was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames ahead of him, and he was determined to reach the shore. It was as if the heavenly stairs of the god ranking were right in front of him, and the experts were like obstacles blocking the heavenly stairs, preventing Lin Ling from reaching the god ranking. Rumble. At that moment, huge waves rose from the river. However, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the shore. The people on the shore frowned. They could not understand why Lin Ling was so crazy. Why would he want to reach the shore even if he had to die? That was because even if Lin Ling reached the shore, what could he do? What a stubborn junior. Forget it, since you insist on reaching the shore, I'll send you on your way. A bow appeared in one of the experts on the god ranking. As he pulled the bowstring, the surrounding space exploded. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. An arrow was shot towards Lin Ling. Furthermore, another expert attacked. He also used a powerful attack to suppress Lin Ling. Splash. At the same time, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Lin Ling's figure had appeared on the shore. He looked as if he had come from the underworld, with large amounts of water droplets dripping from his body. It was a shocking scene. After leaving the Purple Spirit River, the power that had been sealed was finally being restored. Rumble. The attacks of the experts had also arrived. It was as if they wanted to push Lin Ling back into the Purple Spirit River. I've reached the shore. It's time for all of you to die. At that moment, a low voice spread out like the voice of the Grim Reaper. However, the attacks of the crowd drowned out the voice. In an instant, the ground shook as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A huge mushroom cloud rushed towards the sky. Lin Ling seemed to be deader than dead. At the side of the Purple Spirit River, there was a sudden silence. Damn it, who exploded with such powerful strength? Are you trying to destroy the treasures on the shore? After a while, a grumbling voice could be heard. Of course, although it sounded like a grumbling voice, it was actually filled with disdain towards Lin Ling. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. They were laughing in satisfaction. However, in the midst of the surging power, a dragon's roar could be heard. In the sky, a huge dragon skeleton flew. It was a shocking sight. The aura of the most ancient dragon god pressed down. Gulp. Everyone was still laughing, but their smiles froze. They even swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. This was because they realized that the aura was very ancient. It was probably a talent with great potential. It was even stronger than a pure dragon god's bloodline. The timing is just right. The heavenly dragon skeleton has finally reached the third grade ultimate desolate body. While everyone was still in shock, a hoarse voice drifted out. Smoke spread out, and they saw a pitch-black monster standing quietly on the shore. Its cold eyes were like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into everyone's hearts. One had to know that these people were experts ranked 470th on the Divine Monument. Even in the final world, they were extremely rare. If they were not in the 9 states, even the 9 states' god emperors would have to kneel and kowtow to them. However, in the face of such a terrifying existence, he actually felt his hair stand on end. I don't believe it. Another arrow. At that moment, the expert with the powerful talent in archery shot out another arrow. It was as fast as lightning. Rumble. However, the monster in front only extended its palm and easily blocked the arrow. It even grabbed the arrow that contained the power of the ancestor and gripped it tightly. Boom! With a loud boom, the arrow was crushed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was that terrifying. You guys have been arrogant enough. Now, it's my turn. In the billowing smoke, the monster finally walked out. Everyone could clearly see his appearance. Although his skin was black, who else could it be but Lin Ling? However, the previous Lin Ling could not even withstand a single blow. Chapter 36:21. Don't even think of escaping. You are the most arrogant. You have attacked me many times. The first to die will be you. Scream and suffer. I am here for revenge. 900 world speed appeared on Lin Ling's body. It was even faster than an arrow. It was like he could leap through time and space. Lin Ling was clearly enraged because these people were too arrogant. The expert who attacked trembled and immediately knelt down. At this moment, he finally had a feeling that Lin Ling, who was in the river, was like a hidden dragon. Once he reached the shore, he would soar into the sky. Wait a moment. The expert roared. However, just as he finished speaking, he was blasted apart by a punch. Lin Ling's heavenly dragon bone talent had increased. After the fusion of the 3 talents, his physical strength was much stronger than before. It had reached the power of 7,000 worlds. If his talent was transformed, it could even reach the power of 9,000 worlds. With such strength, it would be easy to destroy the Blackstone Empire. However, this was the 8-god celestial palace. Blood splattered down like rain, causing the surrounding people to tremble. One punch. This Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. Your nightmare has begun. Lin Ling walked out step by step. His left and right hands were dragon claws. Not only was the surface of his body black, even his bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight. And the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. His killing intent, demonic aura, and ferocious aura seemed to materialize. From afar, the gas cloud around Lin Ling seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely terrifying. Phew. Following that, without waiting for these people to react, Lin Ling began his massacre. You must have had a great time tormenting me previously. Now, return it all to me. Don't even think of escaping. Pang! Blood splattered. Flesh and blood splattered. Wails could be heard everywhere. Lin Ling was like a killing god. Lin Ling is so powerful. Previously, I saw him kill the expert ranked 471st on the god roll with just one move. Heavens, what kind of talent does he have? That expert has a grade 6 ultimate desolate body. Run! The remaining people were so scared that their faces turned white. How could Lin Ling be so fierce? It was completely different from the rumors. If they had known earlier, they would have taken the treasure and run away. However, they were so proud of themselves that they were slowly dividing up the treasures, and then watching the Grim Reaper come ashore. If there was medicine for regret in this world, they would definitely buy a basket full of it. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I didn't do anything before. An expert who was not on the divine list was running for his life. He was so scared that tears were flowing out of his eyes. However, he was holding a sword in his hand. It was a treasure from the Purple Spirit River. In the next moment, Lin Ling appeared in front of him. The current Lin Ling was at 900 world speed, that person could not escape at all. Lin Ling stood there quietly, his gaze fixed on that person's hand. That person did not seem to be able to react. When he lowered his head to take a look, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. Because he was holding the treasure that Lin Ling had brought back. "Listen to my explanation," he shouted. Unfortunately, he was met with a fatal sword. If explanations are useful, why do we need the police? After killing that expert with a single sword, Lin Ling disappeared again. The riverbank had become a forbidden ground for the Grim Reaper. Life after life was reaped. "I'm Lord Long." Lord Long was also among the crowd. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying Lin Ling was. Was this still Lin Ling, the #1 expert in the ethereal tower? Was this still the Lin Ling he thought was lucky? "Lin Ling, on account of the fact that we've been through the ethereal tower together, please spare my life." In the past, Lord Long was very arrogant. When he met Lin Ling, he did not even look at him. But now, Lord Long only wanted to kneel and beg for mercy. However, just as he finished speaking, the blood sword came slashing down decisively. A single sword took Lord Long's life. "Now that you're talking about face, why didn't you say that when you were snatching the treasures?" As time passed, the number of experts on the riverbank dwindled. The previously arrogant experts were now being slaughtered like children. "Run, run, run. We have to get out of here immediately." One of the experts was extremely fast. He actually flew up into the sky. He had thought it through carefully. If he flew up into the sky, he might be able to escape the 8-god celestial palace. At that time, he would be able to leave Lin Ling, the terrifying Grim Reaper. As he thought of this, he lowered his head to look, and he was instantly given a fright. Because on the ground, Lin Ling had actually grown bigger, and more majestic. Bigger. Lin Ling could actually grow bigger. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling had already surpassed him. He had become a 1,000-li tall giant, looking down on the expert. The expert swallowed with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but a large hand had already grabbed him, instantly crushing him. At the same time, a shield fell from his hand. Previously, he had wanted to escape with the shield. Unfortunately, he wanted to run after taking Lin Ling's things. That was impossible. He could only pay with his life. Everyone was dead, and only one person was left. It was Shen Jian. At this moment, he was using a talisman to record everything. Of course, he originally wanted to record the scene of Lin Ling being tortured to death, but in the end, he recorded the scene of Lin Ling killing all of his opponents. He's still so fierce. Did this guy deliberately trick us? Shen Jian's lips were pale, and his body was trembling. "Brother Ling, are you alright?" At this time, Yu and the others finally swam ashore and shouted at Lin Ling. Hearing that, Shen Jian cursed inwardly. How could Lin Ling be alright? The ones in trouble were them. And at this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to his original form. He stood quietly on the ground, sensing the changes brought about by his increase in strength. Speaking of which, the reason why the Sky Dragon's bones could reach the ultimate third-grade desolate body was due to the help of the group from before. This was because their attacks had sped up the refinement of the Dragon God's heart. If not, the Sky Dragon's bones would still need some time to reach the ultimate third-grade desolate body boundary. This Lin Ling, it was a misunderstanding. Seeing Lin Ling remain motionless, Shen Jian hurriedly knelt down and said, "Why didn't you say it was a misunderstanding when you were shouting at me?" Lin Ling did not even look at him as he said coldly, "My brother is Kagura, also from your Snow Wind Academy. He is also a top expert of the Third Hall of God. He is also a 5-talisman sacred knight, and I am a 2-talisman sacred knight. If you dare kill me, it is equivalent to provoking a god. Shen Jian said again. Don't forget, this is not the final world. Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his sword. Upon hearing this, Shen Jian's pupils constricted. Only then did he remember that this was indeed not the final world. Lin Ling, if I die, you won't be any better. This is because there are many people in the 8-god celestial palace who want to kill you. The new heavenly court, the Flying Dragon organization, and the Duan family have all offered great rewards. There will be great rewards for killing you. Shen Jian's eyes were filled with hatred as he shouted crazily. Whoosh! Chapter 36:22. A Great Harvest. Lin Ling did not even look at him as he kept all the treasures. As for Shen Jian's threat, he did not care at all. Brother Ling, are you all right? At that moment, Yu and the rest walked over with a worried look. Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart, but he shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Instead, with their pressure, my talent has increased. If I use my talent fusion, I can form an ultimate desolate body that is close to the 8th grade. That's good, that's good. Yu and the rest finally relaxed. Next, Lin Ling began to clean up the treasures. It had to be said that this was a great harvest. Although many of the treasures had lost their spirituality, there were still some treasures that were not weak. Xiao Ning, this crossbow is for you. Drip your blood into it and I'll refine it for you. If you are in danger, use it immediately. It can shoot 10,000 crossbows and can even kill a middle-stage martial ancestor. However, it can only be used 3 times, so you have to be careful. This scripture is for you. It's very suitable for you. Yu, refine the dragon god's corpse. When they were cleaning up the treasures, everyone was extremely happy. Lin Ling, on the other hand, put away the useless treasures and prepared to refine them when he broke through to provide enough spiritual energy. Although most of the treasures were useless, there were enough of them. Yu and the rest began to refine the treasures in their hands. During this period, Lin Ling also comprehended the 8 divine powers of the dragon tribe. However, what made him speechless was that even though the heavenly dragon's talent had increased, he still could not shoot the last arrow. Therefore, he focused on breaking through to the next realm. As he cultivated, he was getting closer to the martial ancestor realm. After a long while, at the riverbank, several powerful auras soared into the sky. Obviously, Lin Ling and the rest's strength had increased greatly. Brother Ling, my talent has reached the 5th grade. Yu was overjoyed. She then looked at Xian Yuan Gu. She had comprehended the scripture and was about to comprehend 50% of the ancestral power. Her strength had also more than doubled. Of course, to the experts of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, their current strength was still not very strong, but their potential was not bad. Let's go. Lin Ling also looked into the distance. He had been here before and knew where the core of this place was. He also wanted to explore that place when the time came. Moreover, he knew that Princess Tian and the other experts would definitely find that place. It was just that they were not familiar with the way and would need some time. And before Lin Ling went to that place, he wanted to plunder even more treasures to prepare for his breakthrough. Big Brother Ling, after entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace, those experts have finally revealed their fangs. We should be careful. Xian Yuan Gu thought of Shen Jian's words and couldn't help but ask cautiously. No, it's time for us to bare our fangs. However, Lin Ling's eyes revealed a cold light. The group hurriedly set off. Lin Ling was very familiar with the 5th level, so he brought Yu and the rest to some hidden treasures. Big Brother Ling, this is a one-striped Dao fruit. I heard from the teachers in the academy that it was formed from the great Tao of heaven and earth. One day later, in a small valley, Yu and the rest looked at a colorful giant tree in surprise. This tree was extremely mysterious. It was surrounded by colorful clouds and mist, like an immortal or a god. Several wonderful fruits were hanging on the tree. Finally, there are results. Lin Ling smiled. The last time Li Xiaoyao came, he had just plucked the Dao fruit. Now, this tree had borne fruit again. It could be seen that in these years, no one in the valley had found this place. Hurry up and pluck it. We still have other places to go. Lin Ling immediately urged. Another day later, Lin Ling and Yu Yu appeared in a blue pool. This pool was guarded by a divine beast, but Lin Ling and the rest worked together to suppress it. At the bottom of the pool, there were crystal-like watermelons lying there. Universal watermelons. It was said that within each watermelon was a world, and each watermelon was a realm. What kind of treasure is this? Yu Yu and the rest could not help but widen their horizons. After Lin Ling explained it to them, he immediately asked them to refine these treasures. As for Lin Ling, he carefully plucked them. He did not use these treasures to break through because he had 5 dantians. He needed to accumulate more treasures. Moreover, after reaching the martial ancestor realm, he could open his 6th dantian. Just thinking about it made him excited. One had to know that his current strength was very strong because he relied on his 5 dantians. If he were to open his 6th dantian, how strong would his strength be? Furthermore, if he could successfully open his 6th dantian, Lin Ling would recover Li Xiaoyao's full strength. He would also be able to use some of Li Xiaoyao's moves, which were the powerful moves that had made Li Xiaoyao famous. Such an oppressive aura. At that moment, Lin Ling suddenly frowned as he sensed the change of the heavens and earth. Following this, he was overjoyed. Gu'er is about to break through. At that moment, dark clouds were gathering in the sky above the pool. The force was so strong that it felt like a deity had arrived. Martial Ancestors' Tribulation. It was obvious that this was the tribulation for a martial ancestor realm cultivator. Currently, Yu Yu had already reached the martial ancestor realm, but Xian Yuan Gu'er had not. Now, Xian Yuan Gu'er had finally found her opportunity. However, the change in the pool attracted the attention of many people. Someone is about to break through and reach the martial ancestor realm. Are you kidding me? Is there a martial ancestor realm cultivator here? Let's go and take a look. Maybe it's the first few batches of martial artists who entered this place. If they have obtained any treasures, they will belong to us. Many experts from various academies flew toward the pool. At that moment, Lin Ling had already appeared above the pool, guarding Xian Yuan Gu'er. He stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky and frowned. The martial ancestor realm tribulation is divided into 7 types: void, real, fragmentation, annihilation, extreme, destruction, and the most terrifying nirvana tribulation. I wonder what kind of tribulation Gu'er is facing. Fortunately, it's the fragmentation tribulation. After a while, Lin Ling finally smiled. The fragmentation tribulation was a medium-level tribulation. One would only have to face 3,333 divine thunders. With Xian Yuan Gu'er's strength, she should be able to survive it. After that, Lin Ling did not pay attention to Xian Yuan Gu'er anymore. This was because the divine tribulation depended entirely on the martial artist. If others interfered, the divine tribulation would immediately escalate and become more difficult. Therefore, Lin Ling only needed to prevent others from interfering with Xian Yuan Gu'er. Rumble. The divine tribulation began to descend, suppressing the earth. However, at that moment, a large number of experts arrived from afar. Their eyes were full of evil intentions. Lin Ling frowned instantly and his eyes were filled with killing intent. These cockroaches are really despicable. They love to disturb others when they are breaking through. Get lost. Chapter 36-23. I refuse to accept this. As soon as this pair of eyes appeared, the expressions of all the experts in the distance changed greatly. The weaker ones even knelt down in the air, and the average ones found it difficult to breathe. How terrifying! What kind of talent is this? Vicious creature, it's the aura of a vicious creature. Run! Motherfucker, I thought it was some weakling breaking through, but it turns out there's a powerhouse guarding it. Those people dispersed successively. After all, they were here to cause trouble, and if the opponent was too strong, then it wouldn't be worth it to meet force with force. However, if there were treasures unearthed here, then it was a different story. Not only did they not leave, they even dared to fight with Lin Ling. They've all left. At this moment, Yu Yu also flew towards Lin Ling. Her expression also relaxed. If they don't leave, then die. Lin Ling nodded and looked coldly into the distance. Crossing the divine tribulation was no small matter. The disturbance of others could kill Xian Yuan Guer, so Lin Ling would not be lenient. Whoever dared to cross the line would be killed without mercy. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the thunder tribulation gradually weakened. Lin Ling and Yu Yu looked at each other, and a happy smile appeared on their faces. Brother Ling, I've reached the martial ancestor realm, and my ancestral power has reached 60%. At the bottom of the pool, a beautiful figure finally rushed out and pounced on Lin Ling, hugging Lin Ling, tsk. Incredible. 60% ancestral power. Lin Ling couldn't help but praise. Originally, Xian Yuan Guer didn't have such a strong ancestral power. However, after obtaining the scripture, her ancestral power increased by quite a bit. On top of her successful tribulation, it reached 60%. Seeing that Xian Yuan Guer and Yu Yu had become a lot stronger, Lin Ling felt a lot more relaxed. Let's go. There's another place with many treasures, because the treasures came from an expert. He came from the 6th level, but he was poisoned and died on the 5th level. The treasures on his body can be described as piled up like a mountain. In the past, there were people who wanted to get close to those treasures, but the treasures had restrictions, so those people all died. However, the martial artists who entered the 5th level are stronger, so they should be able to break those restrictions. Let's speed up. That place is not far from here. I hope that the treasures won't be taken by others. Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the others forward. After a full day, a huge ancient river appeared in front of them. There was an island in the middle of the river. A large number of people floated above the island. When they looked at the river again, it had already turned blood red. Many demon beast corpses were lying there. Obviously, this place was to be was. All the young demon lords present were also killed. Moreover, there were many people around. They were divided into 7 camps, representing 7 schools. I never like to share treasures with others. Therefore, this pile of treasures can only have one owner. I represent Crane School to take this pile of treasures. Nonsense, your Crane School is so great, my Radiant School will be the first to refuse. Good, let's fight, find someone who can fight. In the sky, a fierce battle immediately broke out. For the sake of this pile of treasures, no one would hide their strength. After 3 incense sticks of time, the Radiant School's expert was defeated. It's a waste of time. Without the title of 4 Talisman God, those who have not entered the heavenly stairway should not come. If any school wants to seize the treasures, just send a representative. The expert representing Crane School said indifferently. Why do you have the final say? Why don't ordinary experts have the qualifications? This island was first discovered by our Snow Wind School. Someone immediately refused to accept it. It was the expert from Snow Wind School. This time, the Blackstone Empire's mission was carried out by 10 schools at the same time. Naturally, Snow Wind School was one of them. However, there was a change midway, causing everyone to give up on the Blackstone Empire's mission and come to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Of course, originally, they were not qualified to come. It was Princess Tian who suddenly changed her mind and relaxed the conditions, causing a large number of experts to enter. You, trash. The ranker from the Flying Crane Academy laughed in disdain. With a flick of his finger, a powerful boundary essence instantly pierced through the chest of the person who spoke, and that person immediately fell from the sky, but was also saved by the other people from the Snow Academy. Tian Ao, are you alright? I'm fine, damn it. These people were also acquaintances of Lin Ling. They were Tian Ao, Luo Wuchang, Lin Ling's classes Zhuang Yanming and Xan Yan Fairy. Originally, with their strength, they would not enter this place. After all, this was the battlefield of Shinsan Hall. However, when the Eight Gods' heavenly palace opened, they also wanted to try their luck. Of course, their luck was indeed good. Not long after entering, they found a pile of treasures. However, before the treasures could reach their hands, they were snatched away by this group of people. They even wanted to monopolize them. Are these guys from Snow Wind School courting death? They didn't even enter the god list and they dared to touch those treasures. That young man is called Tian Ao, the son of Snow Wind School's principal. Maybe he thinks that he has some status, so he dares to be arrogant. Unfortunately, this is not the final world. Who will give him face? In Snow Wind School, only Shenluo is a little powerful. However, she doesn't care about this group of ants. She is also too lazy to care about other treasures. It is said that she went far away with Princess Tian for the real treasures. The people around started to talk about it. Their words were full of disdain. So, it's better to follow the rules I said before. Trash like you don't need to go up. Of course, if you want to go up, you can, but each school can only send 3 people. If 3 people are defeated, then the school will obediently get lost. Don't talk about touching the treasures, you can't even look at them. And now, Snow Wind School's first battle has been defeated, so there are still 2 people who can go up. The expert from Crane School did not put Snow Wind School in his eyes at all. However, he wanted to convince the crowd, so he said righteously. Are you convinced? He stared at the people from Snow Wind School. Tian Ao and the others were so angry that their teeth itched and their faces turned red. If their school's Shinsan Hall experts were here, Crane School would not be able to be arrogant. They would not be humiliated like this. I refuse to accept. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. I refuse to accept. On the entire ancient river, there were countless echoes, causing many people to frown. They looked over and suddenly saw a few figures walking over from the distance. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe and looked calm. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? It's Lin Ling. Tian Ao and the others were stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. They knew that Lin Ling was also in Eight Gods' heavenly palace, but they did not expect that Lin Ling would be right beside them. Great, he's here. Fairy Xan Yan and the other girls were the most excited, but when they saw the 2 girls beside Lin Ling, Yu, they also felt inferior. Chapter 36-24. Crazy. Who is this person? He's got guts. He looks like Lin Ling, but he doesn't seem to be on the god list. So, it's Lin Ling, the new disciple who broke the Sky Tower's record in the Saint Realm. He really didn't enter the god list. Many people recognized Lin Ling, but with regards to Lin Ling's strength, they only knew that he barely entered the god list. My name is Ma Tong, a holy knight of the 4 talisman gods, ranked 483rd on the heavenly stairway. Who are you? At this moment, the Flying Crane Academy's expert looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Toilet. Lin Ling was stunned for a second, then he almost laughed out loud. What a creative name. However, his gaze was fixed on the island and he noticed that the pile of treasures was still untouched. This made him feel relieved. That pile of treasures was for him, Lin Ling, to open his sixth dantian. No one could snatch it from him. My name is Lin Ling, a disciple of Snow Wind Academy Shin San Hall. Lin Ling also spoke, causing Ma Tong to frown. He wanted to hear Lin Ling's next words, but Lin Ling did not say anything. Nothing else. Ma Tong thought that Lin Ling was also a god list expert. Nothing else. Do you think I need an expert to fight trash like you? Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. I'm trash. Ma Tong was stunned, then he burst out laughing. Your Snow Wind Academy doesn't listen to advice, insisting on wasting 2 battle spots. Fine, if you want to be stupid, I'll fulfill your wish. Make your move, let me see what qualifications you have to be arrogant. Hearing this, Lin Ling also laughed sarcastically. You should make your move. I'm afraid that after I make my move, you won't have the chance to make your move. Crazy. Crazy as always. There were some people who had heard of Lin Ling's feats in the Heroes' Assembly, but at that time, they thought it was just a rumor. But from the looks of it, Lin Ling was indeed unbridled. Where did this guy called Lin Ling pop out from? I've never heard of him before. How is it that after he became famous, almost everyone in the 36 academies knows him? I heard that he came from the 9 prefectures and is quite famous in the 9 prefectures. His nickname is the Son of Devil or something. Son of the Devil. Fuck, what an impressive name. I'm still called the Son of God. Disdainful voices were heard all around. After all, seeing was believing. They had not seen Lin Ling's strength, and Lin Ling did not have any position on the divine list, so no one felt that Lin Ling was very powerful. You want me to make the first move? Are you a fucking idiot? If I attack, do you still have the chance to stand? Hurry up and attack, don't waste my time. Ma Tong cursed angrily. If he were to make the first move, wouldn't he be cursed as a big bully? What if the Wind Snow Academy refused to acknowledge the debt? You just had to force me to make a move. Lin Ling finally nodded. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and shot forward. At the same time, the eye of primal chaos appeared in his eyes, and his ferocious aura shook heaven and earth. And in the sky, the time and space divine steel came crashing down. In addition, the illusory god world also appeared, filling the sky with Lin Ling's figures. All kinds of methods emerged one after another, shocking everyone's eyes. In the next moment, a sword appeared in front of Ma Tong's neck, subduing him in the blink of an eye. Ma Tong seemed to have not reacted yet. Do you submit or not? Lin Ling held the sword indifferently and quietly moved forward. I haven't even made a move yet. Ma Tong was stunned for a full 3 breaths, then flew into a rage. However, his words also made many people despise him. Didn't you let Lin Ling make the first move? Now that you've lost, you actually shamelessly reneged on the debt. However, Lin Ling ignored his gloominess and said expressionlessly, I don't care. I'll ask you one thing, do you submit or not? If you don't, I'll cut off your head. I submit, I submit. Ma Tong was so angry that his liver was cramping, but his life was in the hands of another, so he had no choice but to submit. This was because he realized that Lin Ling's sword had ancestral power, and it was not of a low grade. Then go down. Lin Ling nodded. At the same time, the time and space divine steel in the sky came crashing down, pressing Ma Tong into the water. Rumbling sounds could be heard as water splashed everywhere. A huge whirlpool was formed because of the time and space divine steel. Ma Tong, defeated. The entire process was clean and efficient. He defeated the enemy in one move. People from the various academies were tongue-tied. I'll fight you. However, at this moment, another Crane Academy expert stepped forward. He said coldly, "I'm Wuxia, a 4-talisman god sacred knight, 69th on the god roll. Please enlighten me." After he finished speaking, he attacked first. 3 punches punched out, breaking through the void. Ancient Gods Mountain's 3 punches. Behind him, an ultimate grade 6 desolate body appeared. They were actually 3 ancient mountains. It's the Sacred Mountain's talent. People from the various academies shouted in shock. This sacred mountain was extremely extraordinary. It was not in the 9 prefectures, nor was it in the myriad worlds. It was a mountain that floated in the void of the universe. Legend had it that this mountain was a sacred mountain, and the people who lived there were gods from the era of gods. And it was said that Wuxia came from the sacred mountain. Senior Lu has made his move. Ha ha ha. The Crane Academy expert was in high spirits. Senior Lu, cripple this Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, his eyes flashed. A grade 6 desolate body was indeed powerful. Furthermore, he was ranked 69th. He was even more powerful than the expert he had killed by the Purple Spirit River. This was because that expert was only ranked 71st, don't underestimate these two. In fact, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Hence, he had to fuse his talents. Wuxia. The names of your academy's students are getting weirder and weirder. Previously, it was toilet. Now, it's can't stay. I'm sorry, but I want you to stay. After the talents were fused, the pressure that Lin Ling felt from his opponent instantly disappeared. Lin Ling punched out. Rumble. 4 fist shadows immediately appeared in the sky. They were as large as mountains as they clashed violently. Bang! 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 At the next moment, Wuxia felt as if he had been struck in the chest by 3 giant hammers. He retreated continuously. His face was filled with shock. He did not know that with the fusion of 3 great talents, his physical body was strong and his talents were stacked. It was not something he could withstand. Furthermore, Lin Ling had not used any other means. He was only relying on his physical strength. Rumble. Wuxia was smashed into the water by Lin Ling's punch, causing shocking waves. Moments later, he flew out while holding his chest. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. He had clearly lost. This made the island fall silent. Everyone was even more alarmed. Lin Ling was so strong. He had the strength to enter the god roll. And he was ranked 69th on the god roll. Only Lin Ling was used to it. He looked at everyone with contempt and said, "To avoid wasting time, all of you from the various academies should come at me together. I'll beat you until you are convinced." This tone was insufferably arrogant. Previously, when Matong was here, everyone thought that he was very insolent. Who knew that compared to Lin Ling, he was just a shrimp? This Lin Ling was the true insolent one. Chapter 36-25. Qingzhu. Lin Ling, good job. Good job. However, compared to the crowd, the students of Snow Wind Academy are shouting excitedly. Lin Ling is indeed worthy of being the pride of Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling, you have big dog guts. Moments later, angry voices came from all around. They came from IKA Academy. In their opinion, although Lin Ling is a bit powerful, if they all attacked together, they would be able to defeat Lin Ling with just a spit of saliva. It was because Lin Ling had defeated Ma Tong and the others that he had become complacent. Hee, my dog guts have always been big. Lin Ling looked at IKA Academy's side coldly, and in the next moment, his body disappeared. His speed is too fast, it is not something that IKA Academy's experts can handle. Bang! 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 At the same time, a large amount of water splashed on the surface of the water. Lin Ling actually knocked all the experts of IKA Academy into the water, making them look like drowned rats. The entire process took less than an incense stick's time. On the surface of the water, those experts were so angry that their faces turned pale. Lin Ling looked down at them. I have big dog guts, what can you do to me? Lin Ling is determined to obtain the treasures on the island, so since they want to use force to fight for it, Lin Ling is too lazy to hold back. You! Everyone pointed at Lin Ling. They are so angry that their liver is hurting. Too arrogant, too arrogant. What powerful strength, Lin Ling is even more terrifying than the rumors. Yes, but he has just become an expert of Shinsan Hall, how can he be so strong? It seems that we have underestimated him, he will definitely be able to enter the divine list. However, after this battle, the 36 academies will be more familiar with Lin Ling. The people from the other academies witnessed everything with their own eyes and their faces became even more solemn. They do not dare to casually fight. Moreover, it seems that they have no choice but to accept it. Ah, Lin Ling, your strength has improved. However, at this moment, a voice of laughter was heard. A few silhouettes stepped on the clouds, and slowly walked over. The one who had spoken was actually Lin Ling's acquaintance, Wang Fuyao. He was the son of the Grand Tutor who had been humiliated by Lin Ling in the divine temple of the god of Miao. Loser, you have something to say. In reality, Lin Ling had noticed them a long time ago. Because he knew that there would definitely be many experts eyeing the treasures on the island covetously. The people in the surroundings were merely little kittens and puppies. Lin Ling's words instantly made Huang Fuyao's face turn ugly. The person behind him also frowned and asked, Huang Fuyao, have you lost to Lin Ling before? This made it difficult for Huang Fuyao to answer. He could only look at Lin Ling and angrily shout, Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, if you want to obtain those treasures today, you will have to pass through us. I had this plan a long time ago. However, if it's you, it won't be necessary. Because you are not my opponent. Lin Ling smiled and replied indifferently. He looked directly at Huang Fuyao, causing the latter to be stunned. Gradually, he did not dare to look at Lin Ling. Huang Fuyao's movements were very subtle, but everyone present was an expert. Naturally, they knew what he meant. Huang Fuyao was afraid of Lin Ling obviously. Lin Ling had left a deep shadow in Huang Fuyao's heart. If Huang Fuyao did not surpass Lin Ling one day, it would be difficult for him to improve his martial arts. Well, Huang Fuyao, since we are acquaintances, I will help you break this hard demon today. At this time, a man with fluttering long hair walked out from behind Huang Fuyao. He carried 2 swords on his back and elegantly walked out. Qing Zhu, an expert of Miaoshan Academy, a 5-talisman god paladin, ranked 60th on the heavenly stairway. The man said indifferently, but his words caused an uproar in the surroundings. Ranked 60th, he was stronger than the previous strongest, Lu Wuxia, by a total of 9 ranks. 9 ranks did not seem like much, but in fact, it was a huge gap. This gap was so big that it could be said to be the difference between the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. Huang Fuyao also became excited when he saw Qing Zhu make a move. Because he knew that Qing Zhu's strength was ranked at the top of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. According to his guess, Qing Zhu was only slightly weaker than Kagura and Ningbo Tao. Brother Qing Zhu, although Lin Ling is stronger than me, he is not a threat to you. This time, Huang Fuyao also admitted that he was inferior to Lin Ling, but he pointed at Yu Yu in the distance and said, but that beauty is not weak. She fought Senior Ningbo Tao to a standstill. Qing Zhu immediately looked over, and his eyes lit up as he nodded, looks like it is a female swordsman. She is very compatible with me. Very good, after I defeat Lin Ling, I will meet that female swordsman. The two of them did not conceal their conversation at all, as if Lin Ling was invisible. This also showed that Qing Zhu had great confidence in defeating Lin Ling. After that, Qing Zhu looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, "Your natural talent is very strange, and the divine ability you cultivate is very formidable. I am very interested in an expert like you. Although you are not a match for me, and you are not comparable to that girl with the sword, I still hope that you can use your full strength." Waves of cheers resounded from the surroundings. Lin Ling was so arrogant earlier, but now he had bitten off more than he could chew. This battle would finally allow Lin Ling to know what a 5-talisman god paladin was like. Lin Ling nodded when he heard this and said indifferently, "Your strength is not bad." Oh. These words caused Qing Zhu to be stunned. Merely not bad. Lin Ling is really confident. Qing Zhu shook his head and looked at the swords on Lin Ling's back as well, and he said indifferently, "I see that you have quite a few swords on your back as well. Draw your sword and let me see your strength." Roar. If you want to see me draw my sword, then we'll have to see if you have the qualifications to make me draw my sword. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as before. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned, and then they roared with laughter. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was very formidable, but he was facing the 460th ranked expert. He actually said that Qing Zhu wasn't qualified to make him draw his sword. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know how terrifying Qing Zhu's sword was? If Lin Ling didn't draw his sword, then perhaps he wouldn't have the chance to draw his sword in his entire lifetime. What an idiot! Huang Fu Yile was aware of Qing Zhu's strength, and he instantly spoke with disdain. "Very good, very good. It's been a very long time since someone was so arrogant in front of me. You're the first." Qing Zhu's eyes narrowed, and he actually revealed a strange smile. It wasn't a smile of rage, and it was a smile of extreme amusement. He, Qing Zhu, had come from the Western world since he was young, and he'd obtained the baptism of the gods by chance, causing his strength to monstrous at a young age. Later on, he entered Miaoshan Academy, and his name shook the entire academy. In the end, there were very few people who didn't know his name amongst the 36 academies in the world. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd entered the god rankings for a relatively short period of time, he wouldn't just be at the 460th position now. But now, someone said that he didn't have the qualifications. Moreover, this person was only at the Saint realm. Even though he didn't know what ability this person cultivated to transform into a completely black monster. Chapter 36-26. You're not qualified to make me use my sword. Since you're so confident, then I'll break your confidence, trample on your dignity, and destroy your martial arts heart. Attack! Qing Zhu attacked. He did not use his sword because he disdained to use it against Lin Ling. He punched out, and a lion's roar rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The void shattered like glass. Legend has it that Qing Zhu's talent is related to the Buddha god. With a punch, he can raise his boundary essence by 1 realm. So exaggerated. Of course, Qing Zhu is a late-stage martial ancestor. The power of his punch can reach the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Everyone began to discuss. Lin Ling was still expressionless when he saw Qing Zhu's punch coming at him. He also threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided, and the sound was deafening. Then, everyone's pupils violently trembled. Because after the two fists collided, Qing Zhu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, while Lin Ling was unscathed and did not move at all. Was this a dream? One must know that Qing Zhu was ranked 460th on the divine list. His strength had been tested and was very valuable. After he arrived, he had been calm and collected, but he was absolutely qualified. But he was sent flying by Lin Ling with a punch. This was a great loss of face. This is a bit fake. Not to mention the Sage realm, even the Martial Ancestor realm might not be able to block Qing Zhu's punch, but the result. Yeah, could it be that Qing Zhu is not in the right state? It should be like this. Compared to the shock of the other academies, the people of Snow Wind Academy clenched their fists and were incomparably excited. Lin Ling, good job. Especially Tian Ao and the others, they all grinned. They wanted to see who would dare to look down on Snow Wind Academy now. What a powerful force, it surprises me. At this moment, 100 meters away, Qing Zhu swung his arm, his face gloomy, and his eyes burst out like flames of battle intent. He was also surprised by the previous result. However, he was not injured, but the shame in his heart was greater than the injury. You are qualified to make me draw my sword. Qing Zhu pulled with both hands, and 2 green swords appeared in her hands. What was surprising was that these 2 swords were green. They looked like a pair of bamboos, and also like 2 green vipers. Then, he held his sword and shot at Lin Ling. At this moment, a ferocious storm of swords swept out. Strike. Lin Ling faintly smiled and said with disdain, "Unfortunately, you are not qualified for me to use my sword." What? Everyone's eyes widened. Facing Qing Zhu, who had attacked with her sword, Lin Ling was still as frivolous as ever. Huang Fuyao frowned tightly. He'd lost to Lin Ling in the past, and he'd always thought that Lin Ling was just a little bit stronger than him. But now it would seem that Lin Ling wasn't just a little bit stronger than him. At this moment, Qing Zhu's speed had reached the speed of 700 worlds. With a flash of green light, the 2 swords struck out like snakes. The speed of the swords was even faster than his own speed. 800 realm speed. The speed of these 2 swords was terrifying. With just these 2 swords, even if the opponent's strength was heaven-defying, he wouldn't be able to resist such speed. This was also a sharp sword, and it wouldn't be difficult to kill a peak martial ancestor. This was a real swordsman. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His body shook, and his aura soared. The power of the realm-devouring beast, dragon bone, and dragon soul burst out. He punched out, and a terrifying storm was formed. At this moment, he had combined his talents, and his strength had reached the power of 9,000 worlds. Rumble. He didn't need to use any martial arts or realm essence. Just the power of 9,000 worlds was enough to form a terrifying storm. Clang! At the same time, Qing Zhu's sword arrived, but it was blown askew by the powerful wind from the punch. Because, no matter how fast the sword was, it would be affected when faced with a fierce storm. Qing Zhu Divine Sword, Tranquil Sword. Qing Zhu's expression changed slightly when his attack failed. He was like a bamboo in the wind. It looked like he was about to fall, but he was drifting with the wind. A ray of green Buddhist light also diffused out. The sword moved with the wind, as fast as lightning, and as ethereal as lightning. With a flash of light, the 2 swords appeared in front of Lin Ling, and it was a fatal attack. Buddha God Power. However, Lin Ling chuckled. This sword had the speed of 800 worlds, and it was mixed with the power of the ancestor. However, Lin Ling had the wind and rain 1,000 worlds technique, and his speed was faster than the sword. Without any movement, Lin Ling disappeared, and Qing Zhu's 2 swords pierced through the air. What? Qing Zhu was even more shocked. His sword was extremely fast, and he had killed a demigod before, but Lin Ling dodged it. In the end, I can't use my sword. While he was shocked, Lin Ling's voice floated over, and Qing Zhu was so angry that his body trembled. He had fought tens of thousands of battles, big and small, but this was the first time he had met someone who looked down on him like this. Moke Prison Sword, Third Hell. Qing Zhu shouted, and green light soared into the sky, and the sword became holy. The sky was filled with green bamboo swords, and it was terrifying. Wait. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. With a single step, the sky was filled with demonic shadows, and he dodged a large number of swords. Occasionally, he would throw a punch, and many of the sword shadows were knocked away. How is he so powerful? Qing Zhu became more and more shocked. This was because he had unleashed 90% of his strength, and he could easily kill a peak martial ancestor. If a demigod was not careful, he could die under his sword. However, Lin Ling was unharmed, and he was toying with him like a cat toying with a mouse. I don't believe that you're so powerful. You must have used some kind of demonic technique, burning mysteries to forcibly increase your strength. However, this kind of secret technique has a time limit. Sooner or later, you will be weakened, and then it will be time for me to defeat you. Qing Zhu roared, and the two swords in his hands became even more powerful. Worry-free sword, carefree. Doro leaf sword, Doro sacred flower. Great wisdom indefinite finger sword, great wisdom looks foolish. The sky was filled with sword shadows, and a terrifying power swept over everything. Some of the weaker cultivators were affected by the power of the swords, and their bodies were instantly cut open. However, Lin Ling was unharmed in the storm of swords. This was because the speed of Qing Zhu's swords was at the speed of 800 worlds, but Lin Ling's speed was at the speed of 900 worlds. No matter how sharp the sword was, if it could not cut through its target, then everything was meaningless. Lin Ling is not defeated yet. The people from the various academies stared at the battlefield, and their hearts continued to pound. Lin Ling's combat strength was so powerful, it was too terrifying. This meant that Lin Ling was definitely qualified to enter the 460th place on the stairway of the gods. This was also a terrifying piece of news, because they had never seen anyone reach such a high rank on the stairway of the gods. Huang Fuyail, in particular, was so scared that his lips turned pale. This was because he had given Lin Ling a very high evaluation, but now it seemed that his evaluation was still too low. However, he said firmly, Senior Qing Zhu will not be defeated so easily. He once defeated me with a single slash. Lin Ling, you will lose, you will lose. At this moment, he was even more excited than Qing Zhu. Boom. Chapter 36-27. The King of Assassins had arrived. Looks like it's time for me to use my final trump card. Qing Zhu muttered to herself, I haven't used my innate talent all this time because my innate talent is a little abnormal. Once I use it, I can only use it once. As soon as he finished speaking, he started muttering to himself. The world behind him suddenly became illusory. Countless Buddhas appeared. Heaven and earth evil Qi, primordial demon god. Reunite in the world, with me as the medium. Help me destroy the heavens, I offer my blood as a sacrifice. The Holy Mother of the Netherworld, the heavenly fiend Ming Wang. Bless my Holy Spirit and let my sect rule the world. An ancient and sacred Buddhist chant quietly entered everyone's ears. Moreover, an enormous pressure spread out, making it difficult for the surrounding cultivators to breathe. Qing Zhu floated in the air, but her entire being seemed to have disappeared from the world. This was an extremely strange feeling. He could clearly see someone, but he couldn't sense their aura. This feeling of being neither up nor down made his heart palpitate. Sacrificial sword. Almost at the same time, Qing Zhu opened his eyes. However, after a series of afterimages, he disappeared on the spot, disappearing from the world. What happened? In less than a breath's time, Qing Zhu appeared behind Lin Ling. Her hands were spread open, holding two swords at an angle. He was like a peerless sword god. Boom! Everyone's hearts instantly trembled. Qing Zhu had attacked, but her speed was too fast, so they couldn't sense it. Previously, green bamboo already had the speed of 800 worlds. This time around, the speed of the sword would most likely be 900 worlds. Therefore, he instantly attacked Lin Ling with his sword, and even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be severely injured. The sword has finally been unleashed. Lin Ling has been defeated, Huang Fuyao said with even more certainty. His voice seemed calm, but it was mixed with crazy joy. Aren't you, Lin Ling, very strong? Why are you defeated now? Aren't you, Lin Ling, very awesome? Why can't you block a single sword strike? He, Huang Fuyao, was even prepared to trample on Lin Ling's pride. However, right when Huang Fuyao was about to wait silently for Qing Zhu to announce the results, Qing Zhu spoke as well. His voice was solemn and carried shock. No, it was mostly filled with terror. How fast is your speed? How did you manage to dodge my sword? You should know that my sacrificing sword is a sword that seeks death by sacrificing one's own body. It's a sword that gives up everything in order to sacrifice itself. When she said this, Qing Zhu's entire body trembled. Beyond the 900 realms. Lin Ling said indifferently with his back facing him. 900 worlds. It's even faster than my sword. Qing Zhu's expression changed instantly, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No wonder, no wonder. With your speed, it's not difficult to dodge my sword. Not only did I dodge your sword, but I also punched your sword 4 times while I was dodging it. Lin Ling paused for a moment before he spoke. His words caused Qing Zhu's eyes to tremble fiercely. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the 2 swords in his hands. Under countless shocked gazes, they completely shattered. 4 fierce punches. No matter how knowledgeable Qing Zhu was, no matter how talented he was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. A movement technique that was faster than the speed of a swordsman, and 4 fierce punches in an even shorter period of time. Who could do this? I've lost. Qing Zhu finally lowered his head and walked back dispiritedly. I knew it long ago, because you're not someone who can make me use my sword. Lin Ling also walked forward slowly. He was not surprised by all this. However, all the surrounding students were surprised, extremely surprised. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. Not only did he break the sacrificing sword, but he also broke Qing Zhu's sword. Strong, too strong. How can he be so strong? No, 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 I can't accept this. Huang Fuyao witnessed all this with his own eyes. His expression was extremely complicated. All along, he had wanted to see Lin Ling defeated. Only in this way could his inner demon be broken. He would also tell himself that Lin Ling was not invincible and would still lose. Therefore, as long as he worked harder, he would be able to defeat Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had never been defeated. Not only did his inner demon not break, but it became even stronger. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. Following which, an old man walked over from afar. The old man's long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his facial features were sharp. This showed that this old man was a rare handsome man when he was young. However, the 2 claw marks had destroyed this artistic conception. And he was the king of assassins. When he saw the king of assassins, Huang Fuyao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was extremely excited. He still had hope. Because no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was definitely not a match for the king of assassins. Lin Ling, you disfigured my face. You should know that you're definitely going to die. The king of assassins walked over step by step. His expression was extremely cold. In fact, after entering the 8-god celestial palace, he had been looking for Lin Ling. However, his luck was not bad. Not long ago, he finally received news of Lin Ling. This made him very excited and happy. He could finally wash away that humiliation. You should know that I actually want to kill you too. However, facing the king of assassins' murderous intent, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke. Unfortunately, you don't have such strength. What was certain was that Lin Ling's nonchalant attitude was undoubtedly very irritating to the king of assassins. It made him even more unhappy. In the eight-god celestial palace, Lin Ling did not have the key. Why was he not afraid of him? Was he pretending? There are a lot of treasures on this island. Very good, very good. They're all mine. Suddenly, the king of assassins' gaze fell on the island. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. After that, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you're very lucky. I happened to find a lot of treasures. Therefore, before I collect the treasures, you can escape alive. Of course, where you can escape to will depend on your luck. Ha ha ha. After finishing his words, he immediately jumped off the island. This made the surrounding people stunned. Everyone present knew about the hatred between the king of assassins and Lin Ling. However, why did the king of assassins give Lin Ling a chance? This was different from the king of assassins' temperament. I know. That's pressure. The king of assassins wants to give Lin Ling a lot of pressure. Suddenly, Huang Fu Yao seemed to have guessed something. Could it be that the king of assassins saw that Lin Ling was too calm, so he was in a bad mood? Therefore, he gave Lin Ling a chance to escape in exchange for the pleasure of killing. That must be it. However, Lin Ling might not be fooled. It'll be fine as long as he doesn't escape. Are you stupid? Who would give up their own life? Although the king of assassins is teasing Lin Ling, this is the only chance for Lin Ling to survive. That's true. Everyone started to discuss and they couldn't help but admire the king of assassins' scheming. As for Lin Ling, he should have started to escape by now. Chapter 36-28. Get off the island. If there were a lot of treasures on the island, Lin Ling might have a chance to escape from the Emperor of Assassins. Lin Ling, do you want me to give you a suggestion? I think it's better to escape to the east. Huang Fu Yao let out a hearty laugh. It was as if he had vented half of the frustration he felt from Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not move. Instead, he looked at Yu who was not far away. Lin Ling, don't tell me you're scared silly. Someone guessed again. However, at this time, Lin Ling finally moved. He did not go to the east. Huang Fu Yao suddenly said jokingly, Lin Ling, are you going to the island to fight for treasures with the Emperor of Assassins? Once those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Then, they all burst into earth-shaking laughter. Everyone knew that this was just a joke, and a very good one at that. However, their laughter was very loud at the beginning, but it gradually weakened. In the end, it became silent laughter. Because Lin Ling was indeed going to the island with Yu. Is he out of his mind? Is it because the most dangerous place is the safest place, so Lin Ling wants to hide on the island? Do you think the Emperor of Assassins is an idiot? No matter where you hide, assassins can find you and kill you. Then why is Lin Ling going to the island? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ling's action was really beyond their imagination. It was against the norm. Yu, it's time to end our grudge with that old man. Since we met him here, let's take his life. At this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the island. His voice seemed calm, but it was mixed with billowing murderous intent, like an unsheathed sword. Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling, he seemed to want to kill the Emperor of Assassins. A sage killing a demigod. Lin Ling really dared to dream. However, before everyone's eyes, Lin Ling and Yu Yu had already landed on the island. He's courting death. He's definitely courting death. A sage dares to kill a demigod. Who does he think he is? Just wait and see. It won't be long before the killer emperor brings Lin Ling's corpse out. Ha, he is indeed courting death. Why don't we go to the island and take a look? If you want to die, then go by yourself. There are no eyes in this chaotic battle. Be careful not to be killed by the Emperor of Assassins. You're right. At this moment, on the island, the King of Assassins was walking leisurely. He was even humming a song and seemed to be in a good mood. If he simply killed Lin Ling, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. Therefore, he gave Lin Ling a chance to escape. If Lin Ling didn't want to die, he would definitely seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't know that he still couldn't escape from the Emperor of Assassins. In this way, he would be satisfied. He was even imagining Lin Ling's surprised expression when he caught up with Lin Ling. Would Lin Ling kneel down and beg for mercy? Or would he cry out directly? At the thought of this, the Emperor of Assassins admired himself more and more. He was intoxicated with himself and said, "Killing is an art. Killing someone carelessly is an insult to life." Then, he looked around and saw the countless treasures on the island. Finally, his expression changed. There were many rare treasures on the ground. Some of them were even unknown to him. There were various elixir bottles and a large number of artifacts scattered around. There were too many of them. Even though the Emperor of Assassins was experienced and used to not showing his emotions, he couldn't hold back his excitement at this moment. I didn't expect this island to have so many treasures. It seems like someone left them behind. The Emperor of Assassins said in shock. You guessed it right. They are indeed left behind by someone else. Moreover, this is only a small part of it. There is another space under the island. There are more treasures there. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind him. There are more treasures. Gosh, there are more treasures than here. Wouldn't that be a great harvest? The Emperor of Assassins trembled and became even more excited. However, he suddenly frowned after his excitement. Someone was talking. Previously, he was shocked by the treasures. Only now did he recall that he was the only one on the island. He turned around abruptly and his pupils constricted instantly. His eyeballs almost popped out. Because the person who came was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling, shouldn't he be running away? The King of Assassins almost gave himself a tight slap. He wanted to see if he was dreaming. You don't have to guess anymore. I am indeed here. The reason why I am here is to kill you. Lin Ling knew that the Emperor of Assassins couldn't believe it and said calmly. Kill me. The Emperor of Assassins' heart skipped a beat again. This meant that Lin Ling didn't run away at all. Instead, he followed him into the island and his goal was to kill him. This also meant that the Emperor of Assassins wanted to fool Lin Ling and he had failed. You have guts. Do you think that you can kill me with just the two of you? Thinking of this, the Emperor of Assassins couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. He wasn't angry. He just found it funny. Lin Ling obviously had a chance to escape from his pursuit. However, Lin Ling gave up. He wondered if Lin Ling was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's go to the bottom of the island. I am afraid that you will destroy my treasures. Lin Ling said calmly. Your treasures? The Emperor of Assassins was stunned. Then, he laughed even louder. However, he also had the same plan. Since Lin Ling knew that there were treasures under the island, he would let Lin Ling lead the way. After that, he would seize the treasures and kill Lin Ling. Lead the way. The Emperor of Assassins nodded immediately. Lin Ling immediately held Yu Yu's hand and strode forward. There was a tombstone on the island. There were words on it. However, due to the passage of time, the words were a little blurry. However, Lin Ling knew that there was an Einherjar buried under the tombstone. This Einherjar had met Li Xiaoyao several times in the past and could be considered half of Li Xiaoyao's elder. However, this martial god was seriously injured on the 6th level and knew that he couldn't leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, he buried himself here. The martial god was a divine martial artist. However, in the end, he still turned into a pile of dirt. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh as he stared at the modeled tombstone. Once upon a time, martial gods were existences that one had to look up to. However, when Lin Ling arrived at the final world, he found that martial gods were just a so-so. Without reaching the divine transformation realm, they were just empty words. This was the case for the martial god in front of him. Martial god Qilin, who was killed by Lin Ling, was also the same. A martial god could also fall if he was careless. After that, Lin Ling looked around and finally saw a large number of enchantments around the tombstone. Then, Lin Ling broke them one by one. These enchantments weren't complicated. Anyone who knew a little about enchantments could break them. Chapter 36-29. Fighting a half-step to martial god. Is Lin Ling courting his own death? When the Emperor of Assassins saw Lin Ling entering the staircase, he smiled disdainfully. He did not know how Lin Ling, who was only at the Sage Realm, had the guts to fight him. Then, when the Emperor of Assassins saw that there was no danger at the entrance of the staircase, he walked in as well. The staircase continued to descend as though it was leading to hell. However, Lin Ling and the Emperor of Assassins were martial artists who had been in this world for many years. Thus, they did not panic at all. After a long while, they finally heard the sound of water. Lin Ling and the rest had finally reached the end. They were in a space under the island. It was huge and water was flowing all around them. It felt as though they had entered an aquarium. When they looked around, there were more treasures than before. They were lying still as though they were waiting for someone to pick them up. When Lin Ling and the Emperor of Assassins saw that, their eyes lit up and they smiled. These treasures belong to me, Lin Ling. However, before the Emperor of Assassins could say anything, Lin Ling spoke first. The Emperor of Assassins was stunned. They all belong to Lin Ling. Is this guy crazy? I admire your courage. However, I will remember the 2 slaps you gave me. Therefore, I will torture you to death in this place. The Emperor of Assassins smiled. He stared at Lin Ling and licked his lips. Do you think that I am not afraid of you because I have the key? Lin Ling shook his head coldly. Isn't that so? If you did not have the key, do you think that I would not dare to touch you? The Emperor of Assassins said disdainfully. Lin Ling, who was only at the Sage Realm, was so stubborn. Well, if that's the case, I'll show you my full strength. You're a half-step to martial god realm expert. Speaking of which, this is my first time fighting against such a powerful expert. I hope I'll be able to enjoy myself in this battle. Of course, I'm not alone in this battle. My wife and I will join forces to fight against you. However, judging from your age and strength, I don't think you'll say that I have an unfair advantage. Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword, his eyes blazing with flames. It was a heroic feeling of fighting to one's heart's content. Even if you call over tens of thousands of helpers, you will only end up as cannon fodder. The aura of the Emperor of Assassins seemed to have materialized, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Alright, then I'll show you my full strength. Lin Ling floated up and merged his talents again, turning into a pitch-black ferocious creature. He held the tyrannical Song sword in his hand, and true inheritance dark swords appeared behind him. The aura was extremely terrifying, causing the Emperor of Assassins to frown. Although he looked down on Lin Ling, he could not deny that Lin Ling was the most powerful sage he had ever seen. However, Lin Ling did not stop there. The space-time divine steel appeared. The illusion god realm appeared. The calamity-destroying sun bow appeared as well. All kinds of trump cards were colorful, which made the king of assassins' face turn serious. No wonder Lin Ling could defeat Qing Zhu so easily. It turned out that he was indeed very strong. However, it was still not enough to fight against the Emperor of Assassins. You must have been bored for a long time. Come out. At that moment, Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and the Dragon Clan fragment flew out. A large number of dragon demons appeared. These dragon demons were at the martial ancestor realm. Although they were not as powerful as the half-step to martial god realm, they had the advantage of numbers. Young master. After these dragon demons appeared, they immediately bowed to Lin Ling. They were neat and orderly, and their momentum was great. Many of the dragon demons were shocked. They had not seen their young master for a while, and they had not expected him to be so powerful. Then, they looked at the Emperor of Assassins and immediately knew that he was an existence comparable to the ghost dragon god in the Rainbow Realm. In the past, the half-step to martial god realm was too far away for them to defeat. However, they felt that the distance between them was getting closer. Kill him. Lin Ling's body turned pitch black and his limbs turned into dragon claws as he roared furiously. Kill! The surrounding dragon demons emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and charged toward the Emperor of Assassins. Where did this guy get these monsters? The Emperor of Assassins looked even more grave. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling, this is your trump card, right? No wonder you're so confident. However, you're dreaming if you think you can kill me with this. The Assassin Emperor snorted coldly as he activated his powerful boundary essence. A wave of impure divine energy started to spread out from his body. This was the Emperor of Assassins. He had a grade 7 ultimate desolate body, complete realm ancestral force and a wisp of divine energy. Most importantly, he had the talent of life where darkness existed. Go to hell. At that moment, Lin Ling attacked as well. He merged with the dragon demons and suppressed the Emperor of Assassins. Although the Emperor of Assassins was powerful, he had no choice but to avoid Lin Ling and the others. In an instant, he was suppressed. He was also enraged. What happened to killing Lin Ling? What happened to torturing Lin Ling like a dog? Swoosh! At that moment, a sword slashed and almost split the void into two. This was because this was a 40% demonic sword. It also had the power of 9,000 realms and 5 dantians fused together. The killing intent of this sword forced the Emperor of Assassins to dodge. Unfortunately, just as he dodged, a large number of dragon demons wrapped around him, not giving him a chance to breathe. Rumble. Boom. 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 Sound waves exploded in the void. Even the island was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was extremely intense. Huangfu Yile and the others hovered in the sky and frowned. What a terrifying aura. Was the Emperor of Assassins attacking Lin Ling? Something's not right. With Lin Ling's strength, the Emperor of Assassins doesn't need to use such strength. That's right. However, we forgot about the strength of the beauty beside Lin Ling. She can fight Ningbo Tao. No matter what, Lin Ling must die. No one believed that Lin Ling could win. At that moment, the scene below the island could only be described as earth-shaking. It was as if the most ancient battle between the gods was taking place. The ground was covered in blood. It was the blood of the dragon demons. Although there were more of them, the Emperor of Assassins was at the half-step martial god realm after all. This was because they had all suffered serious injuries. In the air, the Emperor of Assassins was not in a better state. He had also suffered some injuries. When they looked at Lin Ling, they saw that he had also suffered serious injuries. A half-step martial god realm expert was extremely powerful. Not only did his realm core power seem to be endless, but he also gave off the feeling that he was immortal. Previously, Lin Ling had attacked the Emperor of Assassins from all sides and dealt fatal blows to him several times. However, in the blink of an eye, the Emperor of Assassins was resurrected in the darkness. Most importantly, not only did the Emperor of Assassins' injuries weaken after his resurrection, even his Jia Yuan recovered slightly. This made Lin Ling realize that if it were not for the dragon demons, Lin Ling would have been defeated long ago. The difference of one realm was a huge gap after all. Young master, this guy is too difficult to deal with. Chapter 36:30. Attack with full force. That's all. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Lin Ling, what other tricks do you have? I'll take it. The killer emperor laughed proudly, pointed at Lin Ling and said, "Let me tell you, this emperor is an insurmountable mountain." What a joke. I've even killed a martial god. Why would I be afraid of a half-step martial god like you? Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. He was very confused because according to their crazy attacks, it was impossible for the assassin emperor to be fine. However, the truth was that every time the Emperor of Assassins was heavily injured, he would be able to recover again and again. It was as if he was immortal. No, it's his talent. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This kind of talent was very terrifying. It was practically immortal. At present, Lin Ling still didn't know what kind of talent it was, but he knew that it was definitely extraordinary. So what if you know? Moreover, I've only displayed the power of my innate talent. I haven't unleashed my full strength yet. Otherwise, do you think you'll still be alive? The King of Assassins held a sword in his hand as his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked extremely ferocious. And that was indeed the case. Previously, Lin Ling led the dragon demon to attack crazily, which caused the King of Assassins to be constantly suppressed. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have been defeated long ago. Of course, the King of Assassins also believed that Lin Ling's final trump card was used up, and it was his turn next. However, had Lin Ling finally used up his trump card? The answer was no. Since Lin Ling dared to kill him, he naturally came prepared. Lin Ling began to revert to his original appearance. All of his soul force gathered together, as if it had materialized. A mysterious power that did not exist in this world quietly spread out. At first, the Emperor of Assassins was filled with disdain. However, he frowned. What was this power? Why did it give him such a feeling of fear? He couldn't help but stare gravely at Lin Ling. His expression finally changed. How could a junior at the Saint stage possess such terrifying strength? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was a half-step to the martial god realm and had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. How could Lin Ling possess the power that he feared? Grand Brahma Art of Punishment. At this moment, Lin Ling softly uttered a few words. The step of wisdom. Steps of God. As soon as this energy appeared, Lin Ling's soul force began to burn and weaken. However, the assassin emperor felt a world rushing towards him. This was an extremely perfect world. It was like the great Tao of the universe. It was also like the great rules of the world. No matter how strong a warrior was, as long as he entered this world, he would have to follow the rules of this world. This was the steps of the gods. Moreover, the assassin emperor discovered that he couldn't avoid it, because this wave of power was formless and colorless, not like realm essence, not like ancestral force, and even less like divine force. In your dreams. The Emperor of Assassins started to panic. He pointed his finger and shot out the strand of divine energy that was hidden in his body. Majestic and surging, this was the most ancient power of the gods. However, after this force collided with Lin Ling's world, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. What's the matter? The Killer Emperor's pupils immediately trembled violently. When he reacted, he immediately discovered that he was trapped in a world. This world actually sealed all of his power, it was so terrifying. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? He kept shaking his head, he felt that this was a dream. One must know that during the hero assembly, he thought that Lin Ling was relying on the key, that's why he was afraid and didn't dare to make a move. However, at that time, Lin Ling said that if they really fought, it was unknown who would live and who would die. At that time, he laughed disdainfully and treated Lin Ling's words as a joke. However, now, he knew that Lin Ling indeed had the power to threaten him. This power is really terrifying, but it seems like it has just been comprehended. It can only seal me, it can't kill me. Of course, the Assassin Emperor was able to become one of the 20 kill experts of the Flying Dragon organization. His knowledge was also quite extraordinary. He immediately noticed the weakness of Lin Ling's step of wisdom. His pupils flickered with cold light, he knew that he had to escape from this world, and that would be the time of Lin Ling's death. And this time, he wouldn't give Lin Ling any chance. Do you think you can still escape? However, Lin Ling seemed to know his guess and said coldly. He stretched out his left hand, and a vine shot out from his arm. It kept growing bigger, and a huge primitive forest appeared in midair. Then, this forest submerged the Assassin Emperor. You actually still have some tricks up your sleeve. The Assassin Emperor's heart rumbled like thunder. This was the Saint Realm. Why did he have so many trump cards? Damn, even a real martial god didn't have as many tricks up his sleeve as Lin Ling. Surprised, right? I forgot to tell you, during this period of time, I have been accumulating powerful trump cards because I want to kill a god again. And you are just the first step of my revenge. Lin Ling's eyes were like torches as he shouted coldly. This gaze and this voice made the Assassin Emperor feel like prostrating himself in worship. Lin Ling was too terrifying. His potential could reach the level of a god. Moreover, he also remembered the hatred between Lin Ling and the new heavenly court. It was said that if Lin Ling wanted to kill a god, he would have to kill martial god Wen Tian. He had always thought it was a joke, but now, he felt that it wasn't a joke. Everything was possible. Being bound by countless vines, the Assassin Emperor's talent and skills were suppressed, but he was still calm. I admit that your divine abilities are really terrifying, but they can only seal me. You are just a Saint Realm cultivator, and you don't have the ability to kill a god yet. Assassin Emperor, your time of death has come. Even if you have the power of words, it's useless. Lin Ling's hair fluttered wildly, and his voice became louder and louder. Yu Yu. Under his fierce shout, Yu Yu finally held her sword and charged out, turning into a shooting star with 5-colored light. She was like a goddess who had crossed over to the world. In mid-air, a little girl appeared behind Yu Yu. She looked majestic, and although she looked like a little girl, she was actually like an angry Vajra. Yu Yu slashed her sword at the Assassin Emperor, and the Assassin Emperor's pupils trembled violently. He subconsciously said, "Lower God's divine weapon? Damn slave, you have underestimated me." Devouring Heaven let out an arrogant voice as usual. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yu appeared in front of the Assassin Emperor. The Assassin Emperor struggled violently, wanting to rush out of Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, but he was just a little bit away. He was furious. Because he still had many skills that he hadn't used, and he was about to die here. Of course, he was also depressed because Lin Ling had exploded with storm-like attacks from the start, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Let's see if my sword can chop off your head. At this moment, Yu Yu was like an ice goddess. With a shout, she slashed out with her sword. Lin Ling, how about we shake hands and make peace? Chapter 36-31. Worship. As the Emperor of Assassins, when you kill, will you shake hands and make peace with others? However, Lin Ling shook his head from afar. His words stunned the King of Assassins. As an assassin, his principle was to never leave anyone alive if he wanted to kill someone. He had never thought that after being an assassin for a lifetime and killing countless people, he would finally have a taste of death. Lin Ling, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The King of Killers roared and a sword mark appeared on his neck. He was killed by Yu Yu's sword of devouring heaven's fortune. And this time, he would never be able to resurrect again. Because his talent had been sealed by Lin Ling's steps of wisdom and little Kuan-Luan's divine patterns. Thank you for haunting me even as a ghost, and I take that as a compliment from you. Seeing the head of the King of Assassins flying off, Lin Ling said calmly. Then, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Half-step martial gods are indeed hard to kill. He recalled the scene when he had killed martial god Qilin. He immediately realized that luck had played a huge part in it. Martial god Qilin had died in the god-slaying array. If martial god Qilin had known about the god-slaying array, he wouldn't have died. That being said, martial god Qilin did not expect the weak god-slayer alliance to set up such an ancient formation. This time, Lin Ling didn't rely on the divine barrier formation. Instead, he relied on the cooperation of Yu Yu. In the end, my cultivation level is too low. Although Lin Ling had killed the King of Assassins, he was not very excited or proud. Instead, he wanted to break through to the martial ancestor realm even more. By then, even the god of assassins would not be able to stop him. Lin Ling, that old man is dead. At this moment, Yu Yu finally reacted and said in disbelief, I killed a half-martial god. Her voice was filled with shock. Of course, if this news were to spread to the final world would probably be shocked as well. A martial progenitor killing a demigod, who could do that? Well, there's no time to lose. Let's collect these treasures as well as the treasures left behind by the assassin emperor. This old man must have killed countless people in his life, so he must have countless treasures on him. Lin Ling didn't have time to be happy. He immediately warned Yu Yu. He had to prepare himself for the martial progenitor realm. However, the martial progenitor realm was different from the other realms. If he failed to break through, Lin Ling had a feeling that he would never be able to break through again. Therefore, Lin Ling had no choice but to be cautious. In the end, it was because Lin Ling had too many dantians, which increased the difficulty of breaking through by 50%. During the God Item competition, I bought a Millennium Annals of History pill, which can increase my chances of resurrection by 30%. But that's not enough. I have to go to that place. Yang Qi said. Lin Ling wanted nothing to go wrong. Therefore, after he collected all the treasures, he immediately left with Yu Yu. Next, he also collected all the treasures on the island. His next goal was the core area of the 5th level. That place had some treasures that Lin Ling needed, which could increase his chances of breaking through by a certain amount. After collecting all the treasures, Lin Ling suddenly looked at the model tombstone. His face also showed a touch of vicissitudes of life. Senior, I'm here. The last time I saw you, you were not dead. Do you still remember when you drank with me? However, the sea has turned into mulberry fields. When the old friend comes again, you have already gone to the west. Paper money and incense appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He paid his respects to the old friend and felt sorry for the unknown expert who had drunk with him. Martial artists seemed to be glorious, but when they died, sometimes they were even worse than mortals. At least, after mortals died, there would be descendants who would pay their respects, and there would also be descendants who would cry for them, proving that they had been in this world. But what about martial artists? If they died in the wilderness, who would know? If they died in the hands of their enemies, who would dare to pay their respects? Indeed, the world was fair. Martial artists had freedom and the strength to do whatever they wanted, but in reality, they had to pay a part of it. For example, family, love, friendship. Brother Ling. Yu looked at the man beside her and could not help but tightly hold Lin Ling's hand. She knew how Lin Ling felt. She also knew that although martial artists seemed to be glorious, in reality, every step was difficult. A moment of carelessness and they would turn into a pile of dirt that no one knew about. She also thought of all the scenes of Lin Ling when she was a child. At that time, Lin Ling had said that there would be a day when he would rule over the 9 heavens. And Lin Ling had done it. However, every time Lin Ling reached the peak of the world, a new world awaited him. It was like an endless test. Many times, she had been worried about Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be killed in the merciless trials and be eliminated. But fortunately, the great waves washed away the sand. Lin Ling was not a sand that was eliminated, but a meteor among the sand. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Since I have walked this path, I will walk it to the end. Otherwise, I would have already brought you all back to my hometown, China, and lived a peaceful life. At this time, Lin Ling turned to look at Yu and said firmly, "Yes, Brother Ling, I believe that you will win. You will definitely reach the peak of Huanyu." Yu immediately nodded heavily. "I also believe in myself." Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely bright, as if he had made a promise to a young girl when he was young. The two of them held hands and left the island. At this moment, on the island, everyone was looking at the island in shock. Previously, the island had continuously emitted rumbling sounds, which made them feel like they were in a dream. Could it be that Lin Ling's resistance was so fierce that it actually erupted with such power? And now, the island had finally quieted down, giving people a strange feeling. Is Lin Ling dead? The experts of the various academies were all waiting quietly. Finally, someone said something in disbelief. "Do you know what the Emperor of Assassins is?" However, someone immediately retorted coldly. It was Huang Fuyao. That person immediately frowned. The Emperor of Assassins is a half-step to the martial god realm. I can tell you that at least 40% of the people in the 36 academies are unable to reach this realm. They can only stay in the martial ancestor realm for their entire lives. So, do you know the difference between the half-step to the martial god realm and the martial ancestor realm? Also, do you know what it means to kill 20 assassins? Let me tell you, that is a title that can only be obtained by killing 900 million experts. Among them, there are 100 million martial ancestor realm experts. This is easy to say, but who can do it? Even if you kill one person per day, you have to kill 100 million people per day. Let me ask you again. Do you know who is the strongest in the Flying Dragon organization after the God of Assassins? It is the Emperor of Assassins. So, do you still think that Lin Ling is still alive? Huang Fuyao said unceasingly. This is true. Chapter 36-32. I've been cheated. Moreover, the Emperor of Assassins is the only person in the Flying Dragon organization who has never failed a mission. Even the God of Assassins failed once. Meanwhile, Qin Zhu spoke as well. Moreover, even though I lost to Lin Ling is at most twice as strong as me. However, the Emperor of Assassins is 10 times stronger than me. That's the gap between us. He had fought with Lin Ling before, so he had the most right to speak. Deceiving the masses with lies. Utter nonsense. But at this time, a disdainful voice sounded. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was Xian Yuanguo, and the one standing beside Xian Yuanguo was Xiao Ning. I'm not talking nonsense. Qing Zhu was immediately unhappy. He was just speaking the truth. He, why are you talking nonsense with them? Both of them are ignorant. However, Huangfu Yao was not so easy to talk to. He hated Lin Ling, so he also hated Lin Ling's women. Lin Ling is already dead. These two beauties seem to be ownerless. Moreover, they followed Lin Ling and seemed to have a lot of treasures on them. Huangfu Yao suddenly said to Sao Discord. Everyone immediately looked at Xian Yuanguo and Xiao Ning. Little beauties, hand over the treasures. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Those who were impulsive rushed over directly. Damn, this guy is so fast. Many people cursed in their hearts. Then, a young man with a crooked face pounced over with a grin on his face. In his opinion, these two delicate beauties could not escape the fate of being ruthlessly destroyed. Swoosh. 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 However, the first person who rushed over was immediately shot into a sieve before he could even get close. His whole body was bleeding, and his Jia Yuan continued to spread. That person pointed at Xiao Ning and cursed angrily, "Bitch, you plotted against me." After leaving behind a sentence, he died, but his eyes were still open. Obviously, he died with grievances. That was because he thought that these two beauties were trash and could be easily dealt with. But who knew that Xiao Ning had a deadly crossbow in her hands and killed him instantly? The second person wasn't any better. He was full of confidence as he pounced over. In the end, he was smashed into a meat patty by a single page of scripture. Shit is coming out. Everyone's jaws dropped. None of the women by Lin Ling's side were flower vases. Then, their eyes turned red with jealousy because such a beauty was actually taken by Lin Ling alone. Little girl, what's so good about following the dead Lin Ling? How about following me? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. If you want the moon in the sky, I'll give you a dozen. A man with a face full of pimples walked over, revealing a smile that he thought was dashing. The moon works too. Xiao Ning was a little naive after all. She was instantly curious. The man smiled confidently. Of course, there's nothing I, Lai Wu, can't get. He was extremely pleased with himself. Sure enough, if you want to get a woman, you can't use force. You have to use soft methods. Now, with his method, Lin Ling's woman was also taken care of by him. He walked over with a smile. However, before he could take a few steps, countless divine crossbows shot at him, turning him into a sieve. Although I'm very curious about what the moon looks like, I still prefer to follow Uncle Lin. Xiao Ning held the divine crossbow and shook her head. You! The man who was extremely pleased with himself was so angry that his nose became crooked. Then, he breathed his last. I have to say, Lin Ling's strength is not that great. However, his method of training women is really impressive. He's already dead, but these two women are still protecting him. What a guy who makes people jealous. Compared to beauty, I'm more interested in that divine crossbow. It's not simple to be able to kill a middle-stage martial ancestor. Cold voices rang out from the crowd. Huangfu Yao's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to attack. One should know that those who attacked before were not on the divine list. However, he was an expert on the divine list. Naturally, he could take care of Xian Yuangu. Give up your hands and wait to be captured. Huangfu Yao shouted angrily. Trash, I didn't see you being so arrogant when my husband was around. Xian Yuangu sneered. Her words were like a sword that pierced deeply into Huang Fuyao's heart. Lin Ling had always been Huang Fuyao's inner demon. My husband is back. Xian Yuangu's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke again. What? Huang Fuyao's face instantly turned pale. He almost turned around and ran away. However, the experts in the distance burst out laughing. Only then did Huang Fuyao come to his senses. He had been fooled. Huang Fuyao is afraid of Lin Ling. I didn't expect him to be so afraid. Yeah, it's beyond my expectation. How embarrassing. Mocking voices drifted over. Huang Fuyao was immediately enraged. His self-esteem had been greatly humiliated. He looked at Xian Yuangu with murderous intent in his eyes. He walked forward step by step coldly. Let me tell you, even if Lin Ling is here, I'll slap myself 3 times when he sees me. Let me tell you, even if Lin Ling is not dead, I'll slap his teeth out when he sees me. Let me tell you again, if Lin Ling is still alive, I'll make him my slave and kowtow to me 3,000 times. Huang Fuyao seemed to have lost his mind. His last sentence was simply a roar. Ha ha ha. However, after he roared, his inner demon seemed to have dissipated quite a bit. This was because he finally remembered that Lin Ling was dead. He was completely dead. Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. Now, the 2 of you can go to hell. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you're Lin Ling's women. After venting his anger, Huang Fuyao looked at Xian Yuangu and the others ferociously. This was because only by killing everyone related to Lin Ling could he completely wash away his inner demon. However, Xian Yuangu and the others were not afraid at all. They had the demeanor of Lin Ling. When Huang Fuyao was getting closer, Xian Yuangu's eyes suddenly lit up. She smiled in surprise and said, "My husband is back." Her voice stunned Huang Fuyao for a moment. Then, he laughed out loud. She was still trying to trick him. It's good that you're back. Come on, come on. I'll do what I said before because I'm the son of the Grand Tutor of Miaoshan Divine Dynasty. Huang Fuyao did not fall for the trick and said proudly. However, after he said that, he realized that there was only silence in the distance. The martial artists who were chatting and laughing just now were all silent. Moreover, the sky was extremely oppressive. It made it difficult for them to breathe. What was going on? Huang Fuyao frowned. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Huang Fuyao, I didn't expect you to hate me so much. After a moment of silence, a faint voice drifted over. Although the voice was very calm, it was so calm that it did not have any emotional fluctuations. Huang Fuyao was familiar with it. However, to Huang Fuyao, this voice was too familiar. Even if he turned into ashes, he would still recognize it. His body trembled as he slowly turned around. Chapter 36-33. Die. Following this, he saw 2 figures holding hands as they approached the island. The man looked cold and otherworldly while the woman was as agile as a fairy. What a beautiful combination, incomparable coordination. If it weren't for the fact that he was familiar with the man, Huang Fuyao would have blurted out his compliments. This pair of newbies was definitely a match made in heaven. However, he was too familiar with the man. His face turned pale in an instant, completely devoid of blood. His legs continued to tremble, and he almost couldn't stand properly. He blurted out anxiously. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. As the last word was uttered, a shocking scene took place. Everyone's hearts exploded. Lin Ling had returned alive. It felt like he had just returned from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. However, it was the truth, as the Emperor of Assassins was indeed the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling has returned, but the Emperor of Assassins has not. Based on the Emperor of Assassins' personality, he would never allow someone he is determined to kill to return alive. Therefore, there's only one possibility that the Emperor of Assassins has not returned. Qin Zhu's heart continued to pound. It was his first time feeling so terrified. It felt like he had just encountered a top expert on the God rankings heavenly stairway. However, the truth was that the person was only a junior to him. Only one possibility. Everyone had an answer in their hearts. The Emperor of Assassins was dead. Lin Ling had killed a half-martial god with his cultivation of the martial saint realm. Bang! Upon having this thought, the crowd's hearts exploded once again. Huang Fuyail, you said that you would give me 3 slaps if you stumbled into me again. Lin Ling held Yu's hand and walked toward him. Paw paw paw. Without saying a word, Huang Fuyail slapped himself 3 times first. Lin Ling's expression remained the same as he continued, Huang Fuyail, you said that you would break my teeth if you stumbled into me again. Bang! Huang Fuyail immediately broke his teeth with a punch. Even if Lin Ling had not killed the Emperor of Assassins, he knew that he was no match against Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the demon in his heart. How imperious! The crowd stared at Lin Ling, who had returned like a king, and their expressions became even grimmer. Lin Ling did not even need to attack. Huang Fuyail had humiliated himself like a dog with a single sentence. Huang Fuyail had said that he was only trying to show off. He was like a dog when he encountered Lin Ling. Huang Fuyail, you said. Lin Ling thump. However, Lin Ling hadn't finished speaking when Huang Fuyail knelt down and kowtowed ceaselessly. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to walk forward. The son of the Grand Tutor has disappointed me. You don't even dare to fight. Your father, the Grand Tutor, taught you this. Huang Fuyail knelt on the ground, not daring to even look at Lin Ling. If Lin Ling who didn't kill the assassin emperor was his inner demon, then Lin Ling who killed the assassin empress had become a god in his heart. You're bullying my woman. Lin Ling stood in front of Huang Fuyail and looked down at him. Huang Fuyail was speechless. At this moment, he wished he could give himself 300 slaps. Why was he so stupid to want to kill Lin Ling's woman? Too stupid, he was too stupid. Of course, he couldn't be blamed. Even if it was someone else, they would have chosen the king of assassins. Go to hell. Lin Ling looked at him quietly, and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Everything else could be discussed. But regarding his family and his wife, there was no need to discuss. If he dared to touch them, Lin Ling would kill him. Boom! Huang Fuyail was smashed into meat paste by Lin Ling. He couldn't be more dead. Everyone's heart trembled. Lin Ling was so ruthless. For his wife, he was willing to kill everyone in the world. Who among you wanted to kill my wife? Come out now. I'll give you a chance to apologize. Lin Ling then looked at the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Ling's eyes. Die. Lin Ling didn't say anything. The dark sword on his back shot out and killed several people. Lin Ling, you're too overbearing. We're students from the 36th Academy. You're killing an alliance. If we tell the Academy, you're dead for sure. Someone bellowed indignantly. Now, do you still know that we're students from the 36th Academy? Lin Ling sneered, when I was killed by the King of Assassins, why didn't you care about our alliance? What were you worried about when you made a move on my wife? His words left that person speechless. However, another person also spoke, even so. Go to hell. Lin Ling didn't have time to listen to their nonsense and directly attacked. These people said he was cruel, so he was cruel. What was the big deal? Since they dared to kill Gu, they had to die. This was because Lin Ling had never provoked them. Because of their jealousy and the rewards from the Duan family and the new heavenly court, they had targeted Lin Ling time and time again. Now that their strength was inferior, they still had the nerve to use the academy as a shield. Dream on. Go to hell and complain. Crazy tyrant. Seeing Lin Ling kill without saying a word, everyone was scared out of their wits. Plop. Someone knelt down. It was Qing Zhu. Who would have thought that the most arrogant expert would actually be the first one to be convinced of his strength? I didn't do anything before, and I didn't say anything. After kneeling down, Qing Zhu kept kowtowing. I like honest people. You can leave now. Lin Ling nodded lightly. Everyone's pupils trembled. Like honest people. Immediately, those who didn't do anything before knelt down and begged for mercy. You can leave now. Thank you, Lin Ling, but this guy was rude and wanted to harm your wife. Someone was grateful to Lin Ling, so he testified for Lin Ling. Damn it, you betrayed me. The person who was testified was furious. Just as he was about to attack, he was immediately killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, spare my life. I was also involved before, but I was just saying. I didn't do anything. I didn't even do anything. Someone took the initiative to confess. Me too. Following that, more and more people confessed and kowtowed like grandsons. Scram. Lin Ling didn't kill these people. Firstly, they were just saying and didn't kill Xian Yuan Gu. Secondly, Lin Ling liked honest people. In the end, there were only a dozen people left. They wanted to kill Xian Yuan Gu and gloated over Lin Ling's misfortune, but now they were asked to beg for mercy. They couldn't bring themselves to do so. And these people had powerful backgrounds. They were from the final world's big families. Lin Ling, I am. Someone raised his chest proudly and said. Go to hell. Lin Ling didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. He fused his talent, turned into a monster, and killed him with a punch. Then, he stretched out his dragon claw and licked the blood on it. This was a monster that chose people to devour. You guys did something wrong, but you still don't admit it. It seems like there's no other choice but to die. Don't talk about fairness, and don't tell me your background. I'm not interested. Lin Ling turned into the Grim Reaper. With a swing of his scythe, he reaped all their lives. How terrifying. Chapter 36-34. Black Gold Castle. The Wind Snow Academy's people were the same. Even Tian Ao's face was pale. This was the first time they had seen such a domineering side of Lin Ling. For a long time, their impression of Lin Ling, other than being a little cold, was mostly very easy to talk to. Among them, Zhuang Yanming was an example. He had once offended Lin Ling, but eventually became good friends with Lin Ling. But they didn't expect that Lin Ling would be so crazy for his family. After a long time, Lin Ling left with Yu Yu and the others. Everyone looked at his back, and their evaluation of Lin Ling grew infinitely. Even a half-step martial god has been killed. If the news reaches Princess Tian's side, it will definitely cause a commotion. Someone muttered to himself. All of us underestimated Lin Ling's strength. Another person also spoke. They felt that if Lin Ling were to find Princess Tian and the others, it would be a catastrophe. He would be like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Powerhouses like Ningbo Tao and Kagura were no match for Lin Ling at all. What was laughable was that Kagura and the others had been so pleased with themselves. They believed that they would definitely be able to get their revenge if they met Lin Ling. If Lin Ling is so strong, why didn't he use his full strength until now? Someone suddenly asked in confusion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became even more confused. My guess is that he wants to catch everyone in one fell swoop. That's because only Kagura and the others underestimate Lin Ling. Can Lin Ling enter their world and transform into a wolf? Finally, someone said nervously. This person was Qing Zhu. At this moment, everyone's bodies began to tremble. Unfortunately, they had overestimated Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had never had such an idea. The main thing was that Lin Ling disdained to do so. It was only Kagura and the others. They weren't worth Lin Ling's schemes. In this metal elemental land, there was only one person that he was afraid of, and that was the god of assassins. Moreover, this person was extremely good at hiding. Until now, Lin Ling still didn't know where this person was or who he was. This was also the reason why Lin Ling didn't easily reveal his strength. Brother Ling, where are we going next? On the way, Xianyuan Gu asked. Thinking about what had happened before, she felt happy. Although she was independent and didn't like to be a vase, it felt good to be protected by her husband in a domineering manner. The core of this floor, the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling to Xianyuan Ji's little, and smiled. The of Black Gold Castle. Yu and the others was. And, that's also the way to the 6th floor. There are many secrets of the Age of Gods inside. I've been there before, so I'm somewhat familiar with it. However, I haven't found the way to the 6th floor yet. Lin Ling nodded and explained, the reason why I want to go there is because there are treasures in the Black Gold Castle that can increase my chances of breaking through. When I was still Li Xiaoyao, I saw many such treasures in the Black Gold Castle. However, I was already a martial ancestor at that time, so I didn't pay attention to them. Hearing this, Yu and the others immediately nodded. They also knew that Lin Ling's breakthrough was more difficult than theirs, and it was more crucial. Therefore, if they could find treasures that could increase the success rate of breaking through, Lin Ling's chances of breaking through would be higher. Then let's go. Yu and the others quickly followed Lin Ling. Everyone, be careful when you go there. I guess that everyone is gathered at the entrance of the Black Gold Castle. Among them, Princess Tian is not simple, but the one that I am most afraid of is the god of assassins. Don't leave my sight, because I guess the god of assassins is also looking for an opportunity to kill me. Also, don't trust anyone. Lin Ling kept reminding them. 3 days later, a black land appeared in front of them. At a closer look, the land was made of metal and was extremely magnificent. It made them feel as if they were walking on the huge armor of God. Looking along the horizon, an ancient black gold castle sat on the land, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. We have arrived at the Black Gold Castle. On a hill, Lin Ling stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. Then, he smiled and said, "Remember my previous warning, let's go." Next, he led the few beauties to the Black Gold Castle. The surrounding mountains were very short and looked extremely strange, as if they were made of metal. It was like the work of God. And in the wide mountain range, a large number of powerhouses had gathered, all of them looking in the direction of the Black Gold Castle. Moreover, on the road to the Black Gold Castle, a large number of demonic beast corpses were lying there. At a closer look, they all looked like demonic beasts made of metal, which was extremely strange. Of course, this was only because they were strong. If it were a martial artist from Zhuzhou, there would only be one ending, and that was death. In front of the Black Gold Castle, Princess Tian and the others were all here, and their expressions were extremely ugly. During this period, they had been here and killed all the demonic beasts nearby, but they could not enter the Black Gold Castle. They had used all kinds of methods, but this ancient castle could not be opened, which made them so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Because of this, the Black Gold Castle, which was originally a secret place, was now open to the public by Princess Tian. She wanted to find some people with special abilities to open the Black Gold Castle. This also caused a lot of people to gather around. However, there was no one who could open the Black Gold Castle. As time passed, Princess Tian and the others became more and more annoyed. What a bunch of trash. At this time, a faint laughter suddenly sounded, and in the silent metal mountains, it spread extremely far away. Yes, a bunch of trash. In front of the Black Gold Castle, a man stood up and said. His face was somewhat ferocious, and he was Kagura, who had been waiting impatiently. He did not know how long he had been waiting here, so he had not been to the other places on this level, and he had missed out on many treasures. I'm sorry, but I'm not talking about them, I'm talking about you. However, at this time, the voice from afar floated over again, and the words were directed at Kagura. Kagura was stunned, and he, who was already annoyed, became even more furious. Sir, if you don't take back your words, you will regret it. Not far away, Ningbo Tao also stood up angrily. The person who came was looking for death. He knew that they were extremely annoyed, but he still made sarcastic remarks. Around the Black Gold Castle, many people also stood up, and their eyes were red. Obviously, they were all angry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. At this time, the person who came finally apologized, and seemed to admit that he had said something wrong. Ningbo Tao's lips curled into a smile, and he slowly sat back down. This person was quite tactful. However, just as he sat down, the voice from afar floated over again, because I wasn't talking about Kagura alone, but also you, Ningbo Tao, so I was wrong before. Of course, in reality, many people here are trash. The words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Black Gold Castle was in an uproar. Who was this person? He was too arrogant. Not only did he make sarcastic remarks, but he also angered everyone with just a few words. Bang! 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 The experts of the major academies all stood up and looked angrily into the distance. On the ground far away, a blue-robed young man walked over majestically. Chapter 36-35. I'll give you all a chance. When he saw Lin Ling swaggering over, he turned a blind eye to him and continued doing his own thing. The people who were originally angry were now boiling with anger as if they had been sprinkled with oil. It was Lin Ling. It was actually Lin Ling. Kagura, Ningbo Tao, and the others were enraged. They had wanted to kill Lin Ling for a long time, but they had to prioritize the bigger picture, so they didn't bother with him for the time being. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would appear in front of them first? Moreover, he was so arrogant. Lin Ling, you piece of trash. Do you think we won't dare to touch you because you still have the key? At this time, a sharp voice sounded like the cry of a nighthawk. Then, a blue light flashed and shot towards Lin Ling at an absolute speed. Seeing that someone had made a move, everyone stopped in their tracks. If no one made a move, they would definitely make a move. Because many of them were experts from the New Heavenly Court, Flying Dragon Organization, and Duan family. 9 systems, kill him. And this time, it was an expert from the New Heavenly Court, so Ningbo Tao ordered coldly. It's 9 systems. Hearing Ningbo Tao's words, everyone's eyes flashed. 9 systems, an expert on the God list, ranked 466th on the God list. It was said that she was almost taken in as a disciple by martial god Wen Tian. Most importantly, she was a woman. An endless blue feather dress flew across the sky. 9 systems speed had reached 750 world speed. Behind her, the illusion of a beast appeared. Blue-winged sea dragon. This was one of the 10 great beasts of the universe. It was said that it was only below the bloodline of the 4 great beasts of the universe. You dare offend young Master Ning. You're courting death. The woman said majestically. Her fingers stretched out like a nighthawk's beak, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Lin Ling. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling had already stopped in his tracks. What was terrifying was that his body was gradually turning black, as though he was dyed in color. Wisps of sinister smoke also filled the air. Without any movement at all, Lin Ling threw out a punch. Roar! It was as if two dragons were roaring. The punch collided with the woman's fingers and instantly destroyed her attack. Then, the punch landed on the woman's chest. Puff! The woman immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression changed drastically. Up until now, they had been at the Black Gold Castle and did not know that Lin Ling was killing people in the other direction. Therefore, when Lin Ling injured the woman with one punch, it undoubtedly made the surroundings fall into an earth-shattering silence. The powerhouse who was pointing at Lin Ling arrogantly earlier was even more motionless. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed. From what she knew, Lin Ling was a weakling. That was why she had stepped forward on behalf of Ningbo Tao to kill Lin Ling. However, she had been injured by Lin Ling's punch. It seems that I have underestimated you. The woman glared hatefully at Lin Ling and immediately retreated. Since you're here, why leave? Lin Ling's eyes flashed fiercely. Previously, the woman had wanted to kill him and had not held back at all. Seeing that she had failed, she wanted to run away. Perhaps she thought that she had the speed of 700 realms travel and could leave as she pleased. But in her dreams, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He disappeared from where he was and shot towards Jiuji. At this moment, Jiuji did not know that the Grim Reaper was approaching her. She muttered to herself, "This Lin Ling is really powerful. He just became an expert of the third divine hall not long ago, and now he can block one of my attacks. What kind of cultivation does he cultivate? His strength has increased so much. No wonder the new heavenly court has designated him as a must-kill. However, after I go back, I must increase my strength and turn defeat into victory. Jiuji, be careful." At this moment, Ningbo Tao's anxious voice suddenly came from afar. Jiuji's beautiful eyes narrowed. What had happened? Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She thought of Lin Ling and subconsciously looked back. Instantly, she found that Lin Ling had appeared behind her. A domineering punch came flying towards her like a dragon's roar. What? Jiuji did not expect Lin Ling to have such speed and catch up to her. Boom! Her chest was instantly pierced through. A black dragon claw reached out and blood splattered everywhere. Jiuji looked at the dragon claw on her chest in disbelief. Her expression was extremely complicated. Perhaps she never thought that she would die, let alone die in Lin Ling's hands. Boom! At this thought, Jiuji's body exploded. The entire area around the Black Gold Castle became even more silent. This was the first time that people had witnessed Lin Ling's strength. It also seemed that Lin Ling was telling them directly that if they wanted to kill him, Lin Ling, they should think twice. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. At this moment, a deep voice sounded with endless majesty. It was Princess Tian who had spoken. She put her hands behind her back and looked calmly at Lin Ling. You shouldn't have come here. Because if you did, you might regret it. I don't think so. Instead, I think that if they attack me, they'll be the ones to regret it. Lin Ling floated in midair and looked at everyone as if he was overlooking the world. Seeing Lin Ling floating like a monster, Princess Tian's eyes flickered. Then, she said again, there's a limit to one person's strength. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll definitely die. Especially if the Killer Emperor comes, you can't rely on the key to save your life again. What are you trying to say? Lin Ling also looked calmly at Princess Tian. The Killer Emperor. These people obviously didn't know that the killer emperor had already been killed by Lin Ling. I saw that your cultivation wasn't easy, so I can't bear to see you fall here. So, I'll give you two options. 1. Surrender to me. Princess Tian said calmly, but her words made Ningbo Tao and the others' faces change drastically. If Lin Ling agreed, then they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. Surrender to Princess Tian. This Princess Tian thought too highly of him. 2. Hand over all the treasures on you, including everything on your wife, and I'll spare your life. Princess Tian said again. She knew that Lin Ling was also extremely extraordinary and had many treasures on him, especially the divine weapon in Yu's hands. That was what she valued the most. All the treasures. Lin Ling smiled again. He had to admit that this Princess Tian had the temperament of a superior, daring to protect him in front of so many people. Of course, Princess Tian was also very good at taking advantage of the situation. Just a protection, but she would also get all the treasures on him. However, Princess Tian underestimated Lin Ling too much. He, Lin Ling, needed protection. So, what do you think? You have to know that you only have one chance. If you miss it, there won't be another. Princess Tian said again when she saw Lin Ling remaining silent. Although she also knew that Ningbo Tao and the others would definitely be unwilling, they would still give face to Lin Ling's true teachings. How about this? I'll also give you a chance. At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth and said calmly, this kind of opportunity only comes once. If you miss it, there won't be another. Chapter 36-36. Blackmail. Give me 100 million sovereign crystals each and I'll give you a benefit. Of course, if you refuse, you won't be able to leave this floor. Maybe I'm in a bad mood and I'll kill all of you. So, I hope you can seize this opportunity. Lin Ling's entire body was pitch black. His face was cold, like a demon king baring his fangs. Coupled with his cold words, the surrounding mountain range had undoubtedly become colder. So arrogant. Everyone's heart trembled. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. Lin Ling was like a lamb in a tiger's den, and he actually dared to threaten to take their emperor crystals, including Princess Tian and the others. This guy was crazy. After being stunned for a moment, Princess Tian's anger boiled, causing the ground and sky around her to crack. Do you know what you're talking about? Princess Tian said word by word. Who was she? She was a true disciple of God Miao and had a powerful boundary deity behind her. She had stepped forward to save Lin Ling, so Lin Ling should be grateful. However, not only did Lin Ling refuse, he even dared to extort 100 million royal crystals from her. Was he trying to humiliate her? Or did he not take her seriously at all? But no matter what, this was a huge insult to Princess Tian. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? However, Lin Ling ignored the anger in Princess Tian's eyes and reprimanded her. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, endless sound waves erupted from the distance. It was as if billions of people were shouting at the same time. Moreover, it was not only people, but also a large number of demonic beasts. There were all kinds of voices. It was Ningbo Tao. It was as if he had collected all the sounds in the world for his own use. Two huge golden truncheons appeared in his hands as he pounced towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's time for us to settle our debts. Last time, your wife saved you. This time, your wife won't save you again, right? A furious roar resounded throughout the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Clang! What was surprising was that without Yu, Lin Ling was simply unable to withstand a single blow from Ningbo Tao. This was because Lin Ling had already been struck by the golden mace in Ningbo Tao's hand. With this slap, a boundless sound also erupted. Realizing that he had subdued Lin Ling with one strike, Ningbo Tao laughed disdainfully. You're so weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The people of the new heavenly court immediately laughed and were about to cheer. However, their eyes suddenly froze because the golden maces in Ningbo Tao's hands were slowly pushed away, revealing a pitch-black figure. Then, he threw out a punch, which landed on Ningbo Tao's chest like a shooting star. Puff! Ningbo Tao was sent flying backward like a shooting star. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Looks like you don't understand human language. And the person who appeared was Lin Ling. This time, everyone's expression changed greatly. Last time, when Ningbo Tao attacked Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling's wife who saved him. This caused people to think that Lin Ling's wife was stronger than Lin Ling. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was stronger than his wife. Not only did he withstand Ningbo Tao's attack, he even injured Ningbo Tao with a single punch. How could Ningbo Tao lose? Impossible. No matter how strong Lin Ling is, he can't reach this level. Ningbo Tao must have been careless. Yeah, he underestimated Lin Ling, so he was careless. Many people refuse to admit the truth, especially the people of the new heavenly court. 1,000 miles away, Ningbo Tao finally stopped flying backward. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and looked at Lin Ling furiously. You sneak attacked me. He roared. However, although Lin Ling's attack was somewhat unexpected, it was also caused by his carelessness. Most importantly, Lin Ling's punch was too terrifying. It simply had the power to destroy 10,000 worlds. Now, in his chest, the bones were still constantly breaking and cracking. His dantian also seemed to be about to explode. Even if he wanted to fight again, he didn't dare to in the short term. In the distance, Princess Tian's expression changed slightly. She was about to speak, but at this time, Lin Ling had already spoken. I say, you bunch of trash, don't you understand human language? With just one sentence, endless hatred was instantly stirred up. Although everyone had underestimated Lin Ling's strength, there were so many people present that Lin Ling couldn't suppress them all. He didn't have such strength. However, Lin Ling mocked everyone as a bunch of trash. Lin Ling, what do you mean by that? Another person spoke up at this time. It was Wangu Qianji of the Wangu clan. He chuckled, I heard that our Wangu clan's Wangu Wuji is your friend. Therefore, I can't be considered your enemy. However, I'm curious about the meaning behind your words. Are you going to kill them all if they don't pay you 100 million? Bullshit. Him. We should be the ones to kill him. That brat is too arrogant. However, the moment Wangu Qianji's words left his mouth, everyone started to speak up. Lin Ling chuckled, because if they don't pay up, they can forget about entering the Black Gold Castle. What? The moment Huang Xiaolong's words left his mouth, everyone's expression changed. As for those who were previously arrogant, all of them became silent. Even the ferocity on their faces had disappeared. Even if they had the chance to kill Lin Ling, they wouldn't dare to do so. Lin Ling, what right do you have to say that you can enter the Black Gold Castle? Are you trying to trick us? Even Princess Tian shouted. She had been waiting here for a long time, hoping to find a way to enter the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling already knew their attitude, and he sneered disdainfully. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, None of you are qualified to be tricked by me. His tone was still arrogant, and he looked down on everyone. Everyone gritted their teeth, but they endured it. You can't even enter the Black Gold Castle. All you can do is stroll around outside like idiots. Do you think that I'm trash like you? However, Lin Ling's tone became even more harsh as he continued to speak. This time, everyone was fuming with anger, but they endured it once more. Even Princess Tian felt the same way. However, she was filled with doubt. Even Master Yin you couldn't break into the Black Gold Castle, so how could Lin Ling do it? However, Lin Ling was now her last hope, and she wouldn't miss such an opportunity. We agree. If no one pays 100 million royal crystals, you can open the Black Gold Castle. Princess Tian spoke on behalf of the crowd. No, it's 150 million royal crystals now. Lin Ling smiled faintly and returned to his original appearance, because you've wasted too much of my time. You. Everyone was trembling with anger. Lin Ling was raising the price on the spot. Alright, deal. Princess Tian gritted her teeth and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Ling was satisfied and didn't make things difficult for them anymore. He also wanted to enter the Black Gold Castle. Chapter 36-37. Activate Black Gold Castle. Therefore, Lin Ling's domineering arrival intimidated everyone. Although it angered many people, it also made many people pay more attention to Lin Ling. Go and watch him. Don't let him do anything. Princess Tian whispered to Master Lin Ling. She then smiled at Lin Ling and said, Sir Lin Ling, you may begin. It had to be said that this woman was truly an ambitious and ruthless person. A moment ago, she was baring her fangs at Lin Ling, and in the next moment, she was able to shake hands and make peace. She was truly amazing. However, Lin Ling looked at Princess Tian indifferently. He didn't say a word and looked lazy. Sir Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? Princess Tian frowned. Give me the money. If I open the Black Gold Castle and you renege on your debt, won't I suffer a loss? Lin Ling shook his head as if he was the boss. If you don't have enough money, I won't open the Black Gold Castle. Think about it yourselves. You. Princess Heaven was so angry that she exploded. No matter how infuriated the crowd was, they almost exploded. Ningbo Tao grimaced in pain. Lin Ling, damn it. Who do you think we are? Everyone, take out your imperial crystals. Princess Tian suppressed her anger and said to everyone. Everyone began to take out 100 million monarch crystals. However, their faces were filled with pain because 100 million monarch crystals wasn't a small amount. He's really lucky. He's only going to open the Black Gold Castle, and he's charging 100 million royal crystals. Yeah, and I reckon that even if we don't pay, he will open it anyway, because he wants to go in himself. Damn it, seeing his calm face makes me feel uncomfortable. Many people gritted their teeth and said. Who can lend me 50 million royal crystals? I only need 50 million. Some people also went around borrowing money and looked at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would make an exception. I don't accept IOUs. Lin Ling immediately replied indifferently, which immediately made that person's face turn gloomy. On the other hand, Lin Ling was extremely happy. After receiving this large amount of royal crystals, he had enough cultivation resources to break through and even open the 6th Dantian. Next, his goal was to find treasures that could increase his chances of breaking through. After a long while, the students of the Snow Wind Academy also arrived. Seeing this lively scene, all of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? Then, they hurriedly inquired about it. When they heard the answer, they were all shocked. 100 million royal crystals per person. With so many people here, Lin Ling was going to make a fortune. Lin Ling was ruthless enough. They all looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also saw them. He suddenly laughed and said loudly, Wind Snow Academy's people are free. Fuck. Everyone roared. Of course, there were even more people who were jealous and couldn't wait to be a member of the Snow Wind Academy. It seems that being Lin Ling's friend is also a great benefit. Some people were whispering and talking, looking at Lin Ling, there was a hint of flattery in their eyes. Without a doubt, such a situation infuriated Kagura and the others. It wasn't easy for them to borrow the prestige of the new heavenly court and other great influences to make the powerhouses of the various academies target Lin Ling. But Lin Ling's extortion immediately bought over the hearts of many people. "Brother, do you have money on you? Lend me some money." Seeing that the people of the Snow Wind Academy were free, someone immediately walked over with a smile. These people obviously did not have 100 million royal crystals on them. "It's you, Luda." Tian Ao and the others were stunned and immediately laughed. "No problem, the interest is 1 million royal crystals per day." Evil. Just like Lin Ling's evil heart. Of course, they were cursing in their hearts, but on the surface, they still had to show a polite smile. After all, the Black Gold Castle was the core of this floor. There were countless opportunities, and they did not want to miss it. Moreover, if they could use 100 million royal crystals to exchange for a breakthrough in talent, it was worth it. "No problem, Brother Tian Ao, this favor, we will remember it." Some experts who did not have enough money on them immediately nodded in agreement. The path of martial arts was a process of burning money. This point was clear to all of them. The entire Black Gold Castle was becoming more and more lively. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, and the others looked at Lin Ling coldly. Lin Ling was right in front of them, but they did not dare to kill him. This feeling of being neither superior nor inferior made them extremely uncomfortable. "Ningbo Tao, how strong is this Lin Ling?" Kagura suddenly looked at Ningbo Tao and asked. "Very strong, but a little weaker than me. I underestimated him before." Ningbo Tao immediately said. "Weaker than you is enough, I am confident that I can kill him." Kagura nodded coldly. "Unfortunately, I don't know where the Killer Emperor went, otherwise, Lin Ling would be dead for sure." Ningbo Tao also agreed. "Don't worry, the Killer Emperor Senior will definitely come, Lin Ling will definitely die in the Black Gold Castle." They had no idea that the Killer Emperor was already dead. And those who knew were preparing the 100 million royal crystals at this moment. They forgot to mention this matter for a while. After a long time, Princess Tian handed over several rings to Lin Ling, full of royal crystals. Even Princess Tian was shocked by the amount of royal crystals, and she was extremely jealous. Lin Ling actually earned so much just by opening the Black Gold Castle. Why didn't this guy rob? Unfortunately, although she was jealous and unwilling, no one here could open the Black Gold Castle. So, even if they knew that Lin Ling was cheating them, they could only swallow their anger. Lin Ling took the rings and put them away without even looking at them. "I don't need to look at the amount of royal crystals because I believe in your character, you won't be stingy." Bullshit. Everyone was stunned, and then they roared in their hearts. Because Lin Ling had been watching them gather the money, he was naturally relieved. Then, Lin Ling walked towards the Black Gold Castle, but Master Yin Yu immediately followed him. Obviously, he was afraid that Lin Ling would do something to the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully. "With your experience, even if I did something, you won't be able to see through it." His tone and attitude were full of contempt. Master Yin Yu was a supreme golden rune world spiritist, and a mere Lin Ling dared to talk to him in such a tone. Master Yin Yu was so angry that his beard was blown up. He snorted, "You're courting death, trash." "Trash, who are you talking about?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him. "Trash is talking about you." "Trash." Master Yin Yu recalled how he was beaten up by Lin Ling not long ago, so he shouted in anger. However, as soon as he finished cursing, silence filled the air. Then, laughter could be heard. Elder Yin Yu stared in shock, as if he had suddenly realized something. "Trash is talking about you. Does this mean that he, Master Yin Yu, is trash? You tricked me." Master Yin Yu's hatred for Lin Ling had reached the sky. "You're just stupid. Trash." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end. Rumble. Chapter 36-38. A mysterious space. Master Lin Ling was stunned. Previously, he was arguing with Lin Ling, so he did not see how Lin Ling opened the entrance. Without a doubt, he had been tricked. What a cunning fellow. He knew that Master Yin had a lot of opinions about him, so he purposely used words to provoke him, causing the master to misunderstand how the entrance opened. Princess Tian frowned, and her evaluation of Lin Ling rose a few notches. This Lin Ling seemed to be insolent, but in reality, he was meticulous, courageous, and resourceful. This kind of opponent was the most difficult to deal with. However, compared to the thoughts of Princess Tian and the others, everyone was overjoyed at this moment. Because the black gold castle had been opened. Although this Lin Ling was extremely detestable, it was undeniable that he did have some ability. I've already said that with your experience, even if I did something, how would you be able to tell? As for Lin Ling, he walked past Grandmaster Yin Yu and headed toward Yu Yu and the others, leaving behind the world spiritist deity who was trembling in anger. Whoosh! The door of the black gold castle opened, as if it had been sealed for thousands of years. The wind that blew out was extremely cold, causing people to shiver. However, they couldn't care less. They couldn't wait to rush into the black gold castle to find their own fortune. Where there was danger, there would naturally be opportunities. They were the strongest experts in the history of the 9 regions and the 10,000 realms. How could they be afraid of danger? Moreover, they also knew that in this vast world, if they wanted to obtain something, they would have to pay a price. Go! I didn't expect that after so many twists and turns in the Academy's mission this time, we would actually encounter such a fortuitous encounter. If I can find a great fortune in the Black Gold Castle, I will also soar into the sky. I will be able to trample on opponents who were as strong as me in the past. Many people's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. They felt that the 100 million royal crystals they had spent was worth it. Lin Ling glanced at the experts who entered one after another and shook his head. He held Yu Yu and the others' hands and walked toward the door. Princess Tian and the others glared angrily at Lin Ling, but they didn't want to miss anything, so they immediately entered through the door. They planned to settle their grudge with Lin Ling in the Black Gold Castle. A bunch of idiots. Lin Ling naturally knew their murderous intentions. He shook his head disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, he was only afraid of the god of assassins. Lin Ling, can we follow you? Lin Ling, bring me along. At this time, the Wind Snow Academy's students were all rushing towards Lin Ling. Sure, but you all have your own opportunities. Therefore, I can only bring you along for a while. The rest is up to you. Lin Ling looked at Tianao, Luo Wuchang, Zhuang Zhenming and the others and said. The coldness on his face had also changed and became amiable. He was such a person. If it was an enemy, he would attack madly. If it was a friend, he would also be intimate with them. Thank you, thank you. Hee, the students of the other academies are so envious. They say that it is our fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling. I think so too. Zhuang Yanming and the others laughed and were grateful to Lin Ling in their hearts. Fairy Axayan Yen and the others looked at Lin Ling with admiration. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He had already led Yu Yu and the others forward. The ancient black gold castle was like a mountain, sitting on the ground. It didn't look big, but everyone knew that it must be vast and boundless. Sure enough, when Lin Ling and the others entered, a strange feeling appeared around them. The surroundings were pitch black, and with their strength, they couldn't see anything. Caw caw caw. Moreover, everyone noticed that their limbs and the surface of their bodies seemed to be wrapped by something. What is this? Tianao subconsciously wanted to resist, but Lin Ling stopped him. This is the black gold armor. Everyone who enters this place has to wear it. Speaking of which, it is actually a kind of black gold dust that floats around. It will follow you, and when it gathers enough, it will form an armor. This armor will suppress your strength, at least by half. What? Then we can't wear this armor. Luo Wuchang immediately said and then tried to shake off the armor around his body. No. Lin Ling yelled, without the black gold armor, it will attract more danger. But with the black gold armor, it can become a part of the black gold castle and protect itself. Luo Wuchang, what nonsense are you talking about? Whatever Lin Ling says is the truth. Someone immediately reprimanded Luo Wuchang. Luo Wuchang immediately nodded and allowed the strange dust to cover his body. He then realized that his body had become heavier and the speed of his boundary essence had slowed down a lot. His defense, speed, and attack had all been weakened. His strength had indeed been reduced by half. Get lost, what the hell is this? However, in the dark space, there were people from other academies, so no one reminded them. When they noticed that something was wrong with their bodies, they immediately resisted and shook off the black gold dust. However, as soon as they shook off the dust, the person let out a painful cry. No, no. Moreover, such a cry could be heard from every corner. Obviously, there were many people who were as impulsive as him. Of course, many people were also very cautious and did not resist. In the end, they managed to escape. Brother Ling, what happened? Yu Yu asked curiously. Because they had been in a pitch-black space and couldn't see anything, Yu Yu was very puzzled. Of course, the others were also confused. They were forcefully submerged by the black gold armor. If you want to give an example, it would be a metal wall. 2 walls would drown a person, and the person inside the wall would be deader than dead. This is because without the black gold armor, the black gold castle would attack them. Lin Ling said lightly. Fortunately, you reminded me before. Lin Ling, Luo Wuchang, owe you my life. I told you that following Lin Ling was the right choice. Everyone felt that they had survived a disaster, but someone asked, Lin Ling, how do you know so much? Someone told me. Lin Ling said casually. In fact, whether it was opening the black gold castle or appearing in this space, he had already faced it. Therefore, how could he not be familiar with it? For now, everyone just needs to stand still. We seem to be motionless, but in fact, we have been moving forward. Next, Lin Ling reminded them again. In the other directions, Princess Heaven and the others were also extremely flustered at the beginning. However, after a few people died, they also calmed down. It was as if they were drifting with the tide, quietly standing there without moving. Chapter 36-39. The Tao of Metal. Everyone looked around and realized that they were in a strange space. There were metal walls flowing around them like water, bringing them forward. And in this vast space, there were martial artists all around. It was likely that everyone was in this space, moving forward. Kiki, it's been a long time since someone came. But at this moment, metallic objects swam out of the flowing metal walls. They looked like ghosts, but they were somewhat different. This, what the hell is this? Like birds startled by the twang of a bow, the crowd was once again greatly alarmed. After that, a large number of experts died because those ghost-like things actually surged into their bodies and forcefully devoured their souls. The surrounding experts had their strength suppressed by half, and they were in this strange space. How could they resist? They could only die one after another. Tian Ao and the rest saw with their own eyes that there was a strong cultivator from the academy who died not far away. They were immediately terrified. As the saying goes, unknown dangers are the most terrifying. Right now, they had personally experienced this feeling. Don't look them in the eye, and you can pass through here unharmed. At this time, Lin Ling also reminded him. Sure enough, as long as they didn't look into the eyes of the ghosts, they wouldn't be able to see them. Lin Ling, what are these things? After traveling safely for a long time, Luo Wuchang asked curiously. Because they were all experts, and they'd seen countless things like ghosts. They'd even wandered through hell a few times, but it was the first time they'd seen such a terrifying thing. They are actually humans. Lin Ling looked ahead and said indifferently, it's the people who died in the Black Gold Castle in the past. I don't know when this Eight Gods Heavenly Palace existed, maybe it existed during the era of gods, so from the era of gods, as long as one died in the Black Gold Castle, they would turn into monsters like before. To be honest, it's the product of the fusion of a ghost and the Black Gold Castle. It looks like a soul, but it's actually a kind of metal. And there are many, many of them. There are saints, martial ancestors, and even martial gods. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone's expression changed drastically. There are martial gods too. As far as they were concerned, martial gods were invincible existences. However, the martial god realm expert had died here as well. Moreover, he had turned into something that was neither human nor ghost. That's not strange. Lin Ling smiled and said faintly, as the saying goes, a family has its rules, a country has its laws, and so does the Black Gold Castle. No matter how strong a warrior is, as long as he is in the world of the Black Gold Castle, he must abide by the rules of the Black Gold Castle. If he violates the rules, even the martial god will die. Similarly, since we're in the void, we also have to abide by the rules of this void. If you violate them, no matter how powerful you are or how mysterious your origins are, you'll be suppressed by the rules. And the purpose of martial artists practicing martial arts is to break these rules, to surpass the constraints of the universe and create their own rules. Lin Ling's voice was extremely clear in the quiet space, but it also carried a mysterious melody. Everyone's heart trembled. Tian Ao's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately closed his eyes. At this moment, his martial arts comprehension seemed to have brightened up. Some things that he couldn't figure out before were suddenly solved. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. He said, Lin Ling, thank you. Wow, Tian Ao, you've broken through, and your talent has broken through. Beside him, Luo Wuchang said enviously. Hee, it's all thanks to Lin Ling's help. Tian Ao said modestly. Every martial artist has their own heart knot. Some heart knot is very simple, but for others, it is very difficult. Some heart knot is very difficult, but for others, it is very simple. You were able to break through, this is your opportunity, nothing more. Lin Ling smiled and felt happy for Tian Ao. When Fairy Axayan Yen and the others heard Lin Ling's words, their admiration for him grew stronger. Lin Ling was about the same age as them, but his style of doing things and his knowledge were hundreds of times better than theirs. What a magical man. Okay, we're here. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. At the same time, a dazzling light spot appeared in front of them, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone was like a small boat, drifting with the waves and disappearing into the light spot. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, a strong force hit them, and they fell from the sky. However, when they hit the ground, there was a crisp sound of metal colliding. More and more people fell, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. As time passed, those who fell gradually got used to it, and then they looked around. The first thing they noticed was that the people around them were wearing heavy armor made of black gold, and they were all standing on a black metal road. The road was about 10 meters wide, and it was narrower in some places, and wider in others. Looking beyond the road, there was a void, and they could vaguely see a metal wall in the distance. It was extremely strange. What the hell is that? An expert frowned and flew out of the road. However, Before he could fly out for 10 meters, the wall in the distance started to wriggle like the stomach of a beast, swallowing him whole. That person's fate was probably to become one of the souls in the Black Gold Castle. How terrifying! Everyone finally understood how terrifying the Black Gold Castle was. That was because they had just arrived, but many people had already died. Only the trash will be eliminated. However, there were also people who sneered coldly as they walked along the road. The others did not dare to act rashly. However, when they saw that person walking further and further away, they also followed suit. Among them, Princess Tian roughly swept her gaze over everyone, and in the end, her gaze landed on Lin Ling. She did not say anything and also set off. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, Wangu Qianji, and the others followed suit. Although Ningbo Tao and the others wanted to make a move on Lin Ling, they felt that it was better not to do anything in this strange place. As the people around them continued to walk forward, there were fewer and fewer people left. As for Lin Ling, he was still looking at the mysterious wall, and his eyes were flickering. Lin Ling, you are a half-step to martial god. Can they jump out of the road? Tian Ao and the others were also looking at the road, and Luo Wuchang asked curiously. Even martial gods will die. Lin Ling smiled and said. Then, he led Yu Yu and the others forward. Damn it! This is indeed not a place for humans. Chapter 3640. It was even faster than the collapse. No one knew where this road led to. As people walked on it, the sound of metal colliding could be heard, giving people a strange feeling. Because the surroundings of the main road were too quiet, as if there were many gods and devils from the era of gods staring at them. Boom! 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 But at this moment, a violent rumbling sound came from behind, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. They couldn't help but turn around in confusion. But because of the mysterious smoke on the road, they couldn't see clearly what was happening. Brother Ling. What's wrong? Xian Yuangu held Lin Ling's hand and asked anxiously. Lin Ling shook his head. Even though Li Xiaoyao had explored the castle of black gold, it was a huge place. It was impossible for Li Xiaoyao to walk through every path. At least, Li Xiaoyao hadn't walked on this road yet. Suddenly, Lin Ling's face changed. His soul power had found something. Because this place was very mysterious, it could affect all kinds of martial artists, including any kind of vision, but it couldn't affect soul power. So Lin Ling's soul power found that the road behind them was collapsing, and it was spreading towards them. Go, let's go now. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the rest and ran forward immediately. Without a doubt, if they fell from here, there would only be one result, and that was to be swallowed by the metal walls. Seeing Lin Ling speed up, some people laughed in disdain. Coward, have you forgotten the dust that you encountered when you first entered the Black Gold Castle? Some people were impulsive and shook off the metal dust around their bodies. In the end, they were obliterated. So, you have to be calm. Yeah, I thought this Lin Ling had some skills, but in the end, he was too impulsive. Looking at Lin Ling walking past them, some of the experts who were confident in themselves laughed and said. But this kind of laughter didn't last long. Damn, the road is collapsing. Immediately, someone shouted anxiously from behind. Hearing those words, the people's faces changed. Their previous calmness disappeared, and they rushed forward crazily like cats whose tails were stepped on. Some of the more timid and nervous martial artists were so scared that they peed their pants. They ran while peeing. This was even more embarrassing than Lin Ling and the others. Because they knew that if they fell into the void, then the only outcome would be death. Run. Don't block the way. Fuck, why are you in a daze? It's fine if you're in a daze, but you're blocking my way. You're asking me what happened? Go and see for yourself. Get out of the way. At the moment of death, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they would still be nervous and make mistakes. This also caused chaos on the main road. But behind them, the rumbling continued. Gradually, they caught up with Princess Tian and the others who were at the front. Ningbo Tao and the others frowned. After hearing the explanation of the person who came, their faces changed greatly. Not far away, Lin Ling had already led the people from the Snow Wind Academy past them, leaving them in the dust. Bastard! Ningbo Tao and the others did not want to lose their lives here, so they also ran wildly. However, everyone was wearing heavy armor, so their speed was not fast at all. Instead, because of the crazy consumption of their boundary essence, they were all panting like cows. Lin Ling naturally noticed this, and he could not help but frown. Because if this continued, even if they did not fall into the void, they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, Lin Ling quietly spread out his soul power to check the scene of the collapse behind him. So that's how it is. A moment later, Lin Ling smiled and said to Yu Yu and the others, "Take your time, just follow me." Yu Yu and the others were stunned, but they all slowed down. As for Tian Ao and the others, they did the same. At first, they were the fastest, but gradually, they were overtaken by the people behind. When those people saw Lin Ling and the others, they all laughed gloatingly. "Lin Ling, why aren't you running anymore?" Ningbo Tao and Kagura's speed was not slow, and they leaped past Lin Ling and the others. "I'm not running anymore, I can't run anymore," Lin Ling said to himself. "Ha ha ha, then wait to fall into the void and be swallowed by those metal walls. This young master will not wait for you, goodbye." Ningbo Tao seemed to be elated, and he led the others and ran away confidently. In just an incense stick's worth of time, they disappeared. Looking around, a large number of experts passed by Lin Ling and the others, which made Tian Ao and the others worried. Tian Ao could not help but ask in confusion, "Lin Ling, why aren't we running anymore? If we fall into the void, we will all die. How long have you been running? Didn't you notice that in this black gold castle, the recovery speed of boundary essence is 100 times slower than outside? Moreover, with this huge armor, after running for half a day, our boundary essence will be exhausted." Lin Ling smiled and said, "What if there's another danger ahead, or a treasure? With our exhausted appearance, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything. We know this, but saving our lives is more important," Luo Wuchang said with a frown. Hee, of course, saving our lives is more important, so we just need to be faster than the speed of the collapse. I've seen it before, the speed of the collapse is regular, one time is 300 boundary essence, the next time is 20 boundary essence, and the fastest time is 400 boundary essence, so you just need to follow me, I can guarantee that the collapsed road will always be behind us. Lin Ling explained. Wow, Lin Ling, you're too awesome, in such a desperate situation, you can still detect the speed of the collapse. Admirable, admirable. Moreover, how did you see the situation behind us? My talent is related to my eyes, but I can't see the situation behind us, as if there's too much metal dust in the air, blocking my vision. Tian Ao and the others said in shock, looking at Lin Ling with even more admiration. This point, we'll talk about it later, now let's rest and walk. Who has wine? Take it out for me to drink. Lin Ling shrugged and said. Brother Lin Ling, I have it. Me too, drink mine. Everyone scrambled to serve the wine. Tian Ao suddenly thought of something and suddenly laughed out loud. Ningbo Tao and the others ran very fast before, but how long can they last with this huge turtle shell on their backs? Haha, speaking of this, I'm so happy, if there's a chance later, I'll see how tired they are. Luo Wuchang could also imagine the miserable scene of Ningbo Tao and the others, laughing so hard that his stomach almost hurt. It wouldn't be long before a large number of people lying on the ground appeared in front of them, each of them exhausted and could only crawl on the ground. In addition to wearing heavy armor, they definitely looked like turtles from afar. Chapter 36-41. Tianji's Horse Racing. After a few hours, many people began to appear in front of Lin Ling. They were wearing armor and sitting on the ground, resting. They were gasping for breath. Although they all had recovery pills on them, the golden black armor was too heavy. Adding on the fact that the recovery of world energy was slow, they were all exhausted. Moreover, world energy was only a part of the reason. There was also energy and mental energy, which were the hardest to recover. Those who were not weak were already crawling on the ground like turtles. Wind Snow Academy students? Why are they fine? Also, look at them. They don't look like they are running away. They look like they are shopping. Many people were shocked when they saw Lin Ling and the rest. Someone who was familiar with Tian Ao asked, "Tian Ao, you are walking so slowly. How can you be fine?" "Ha! We only need to be faster than the collapsing speed. That's enough. Why do you need to run so fast? Aren't you tired?" Tian Ao smiled proudly and said, "But you better walk faster. The back is starting to collapse. In less than an incense stick's time, you will reach here." "Ha! Ah! That works too. Ha! Is this the so-called sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood? Ha! These Wind Snow Academy's people are too powerful. They even noticed us. But I think it's Lin Ling's work again. Ha! I envy Tian Ao and the rest. Ha!" Many people nodded their heads in realization. They were running half dead, half alive, while Lin Ling and the rest were sightseeing. How could they not be jealous? Ignoring the crowd's surprise, Lin Ling and the others continued to move forward. More and more people on both sides of the road saw them. Some of the people who had a grudge against Lin Ling were not only envious, they were so angry that their livers hurt. "Lin Ling, look! It's Ningbo Tao and the rest." "Ha!" Tian Ao suddenly pointed to the front. In front of him, Ningbo Tao, Kagura, Princess Tian, Wangu Qinji, and the others were also resting. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and they looked extremely miserable. This black gold castle is truly terrifying. It actually formed a set of rules, and everyone has to follow them. Otherwise, they'll be attacked by the black gold castle. That's right. So far, quite a few people have died. Humph, trash, what's the use of not dying? They talked while resting. Ningbo Tao took a deep breath and said with a sneer, "I didn't expect that the great Lin Ling would die in the castle of black gold. It's really sad. But if he is still alive, I want to fight with him for 300 rounds and let him know the gap between us." When he said this, he was undoubtedly extremely proud, as if he had defeated Lin Ling himself. "Since that's the case, why don't we fight here?" However, just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Everyone's pupils constricted, and when they turned around, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Because Lin Ling was walking over with a large group of people from Wind Snow Academy. Not only did he look fine, but he was also trembling in spirit. Looking at them, they were all as tired as dogs, which formed a huge contrast. "Lin Ling, why aren't you dead?" Kagura let out an angry voice. She really couldn't bear it anymore. The shock and displeasure in her heart had reached the sky. Kagura-san, Lin Ling and the others have been maintaining the speed of collapse by a little, so they didn't consume much energy at all. Not far away, someone immediately answered Kagura and the others. Hearing this, Kagura and the others were all stunned. Looking at their own miserable appearance, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. Tian Ao suddenly laughed, and then added insult to injury. Hee, some people are too impatient when they encounter trouble, and lack of calmness when they encounter trouble. Lack of calmness when they encounter trouble. Isn't he talking about Kagura and the others? Even Princess Tian was scolding them. Most importantly, Tian Ao was only an expert of Shanair Hall, who gave him the courage. However, even so, Kagura and the others could only be angry, but they didn't dare to attack at all, because their current state was not suitable for fighting at all. Therefore, Lin Ling also said indifferently, Ningbo Tao, didn't you want to show me the gap between us before? Come and fight. Ningbo Tao opened his mouth, not because he was afraid of Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling was trembling in spirit, and he was as tired as a dog. How could he fight? Immediately, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling. Trash. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately laughed sarcastically, and led Yu Yu and the others to easily pass Ningbo Tao and the others. On the way, they met a strong expert who was sitting on the road, resting. Lin Ling kicked him out. Good dog, don't block the road. This person was from the Duan family. Being kicked like a dog, he was furious. He wanted to stand up and take revenge, but the armor on his body was too heavy. In addition, he was exhausted. So when he stood up halfway, he fell to the ground with a plop. He was like a big turtle. Ha ha ha, is this a tortoise or a turtle? Seeing that person's sorry state, Tian Ao and the others laughed even more happily. Even Lin Ling laughed loudly, and looked at Ningbo Tao and the others, and said jokingly, you guys take your time to rest, the collapse is coming, just wait to fall into the void. I won't wait for you guys, goodbye. Goodbye. Wasn't this what Ningbo Tao said before? Now, Lin Ling returned it to them. Hearing this, Ningbo Tao was stunned for a whole incense's time, and because of anger, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess Tian frowned at Lin Ling. This guy is really cunning. Cunning. She knew that the current situation between them and Lin Ling was like a race. At the start, they had used all their strength, and although they were fast, they didn't have enough stamina. On the other hand, Lin Ling was slow at the start, but he had more stamina. That was also the reason why they were overtaken by Lin Ling. Of course, the most important reason was that when they were in danger, they didn't check anything, and only thought about escaping. On the other hand, Lin Ling was able to calmly check and find their weaknesses. If they were as calm as Lin Ling, they wouldn't be as tired as dogs right now. Rumble. After resting for 3 incense sticks time, the collapse behind them reached the end. At that moment, everyone also carried their armor and moved forward like tortoises. When they looked at Lin Ling and the others, they saw that they were already far away, and they were roasting meat and drinking wine by the side of the road. When everyone rushed over and saw this scene, their eyes turned red with envy. This guy is really in a good mood. Wangu Qianji praised with a smile. Beside him, Ningbo Tao said coldly, arrogant fellow, if we really want to kill him, why don't we work together? The people walking beside him were Princess Tian, Wangu Wuji, Kagura, Wu Feiming, and Duan Feihong. None of them were Lin Ling's friends, and most of them were his enemies. No. Chapter 36-42. Twilight of the Gods. These words caused the eyes of Duan Feihong and the others to light up, and they immediately nodded. Even though they had enmity with Lin Ling, the treasures were obviously more important. Damn it! Seeing that his plan had failed, Ningbo Tao was even more upset. While they were talking, in fact, Lin Ling was also looking at them. He even guessed what they were thinking. His eyes quietly shone. Could it be that the god of assassins was hiding among Princess Tian and the others? Ningbo Tao and Kagura definitely weren't from the Duan family. Could it be that they were from the Duan family? Or Princess Tian? Perhaps, Longyang, who had been silent all this time, was also a possibility. Secretly shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and said, "Princess Tian, why don't we work together? I will lead you forward and remind you of the taboos that will appear." "Of course." Princess Tian's eyes flashed, and she nodded. She had wanted to rely on Lin Ling's help. "That's good. The road ahead is a bit troublesome. Do you see the stones on the ground? Those are black gold ghosts, their strength is not bad. Most importantly, there are too many of them, so I'll have to trouble Princess Tian to get rid of these black gold ghosts," Lin Ling said as he took a bite of the barbecue. Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at the road ahead. Indeed, there were quite a few millstone-sized rocks lying quietly on the road. However, people gradually came to their senses. No wonder Lin Ling was barbecuing meat and drinking wine. It turned out that he didn't want to do any work and wanted them to do manual labor. Most importantly, they had just run all the way here and were as tired as dogs, but now they had to open up a path. Of course. Princess Tian's face was also full of blue veins. How could she not know what Lin Ling was thinking? However, even if she knew that Lin Ling was taking advantage of them, they could only swallow their broken teeth into their stomachs. This person was utterly devoid of conscience. The students of the various academies were secretly cursing Lin Ling, but in order to move forward, they could only follow Lin Ling's instructions and open up a path. As for the rocks on the ground, they looked like black metal from afar. When someone approached, they immediately grew limbs and attacked like puppets. These black gold ghosts were fast, their defenses were high, and their attacks were also strong. Killing one would require a lot of effort, and this was also the reason why Lin Ling did not move forward and instead waited for everyone. Because, he really did not want to waste his own realm essence. Of course, not only was the black gold ghost's attack and defense abnormal, it also had a special characteristic, which was that it was not afraid of death. Even if it had to risk its body being smashed to pieces, it would still bring harm to its opponent. This also caused quite a number of experts to be injured. However, the number of experts was even greater. In the end, they still managed to clear the path. Looking at the large number of casualties, the expressions of Princess Tian and the others turned grave, and they became even more serious about the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling smiled and didn't hide anything. He explained, "These metallic stone men are actually people. They were people who entered the Black Gold Castle in the past. In the end, they were swallowed by the Black Gold Castle. Their souls entered the Black Gold Castle and turned into these monsters. Of course, these people weren't strong when they were alive. They were only in the Saint realm." Saint stage. Everyone's expression changed. The Saint stage had already caused countless martial progenitors to be injured. What if the metallic stone men were in the martial progenitor realm? "Lin Ling, do you know what this Black Gold Castle is?" Princess Tian couldn't help but ask. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Lin Ling. After entering this place, they realized that even though they had great strength, everything was not going smoothly. This Black Gold Castle was terrifying. It was comparable to the 9 continents' 7 great forbidden lands. However, this was only one of the floors of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Hearing this, Lin Ling calmly scanned the crowd and said word by word, "Tomb of the Gods." Chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Tomb of the Gods. Did this mean that this was the ancient Tomb of the Gods? Moreover, it wasn't just one god, but many gods. This made them curious. Just what was the origin of this master of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Princess Tian looked deeply into the distance, then smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, can you lead the way now?" "Yes." Lin Ling nodded. He also looked into the distance and felt a familiar aura. He immediately smiled and said, "After suffering, the sweetness begins. We've finally reached that place." Dusk of the gods. Yes. Dusk of the gods. Yes. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they continued to follow Lin Ling. The road ahead was even more ancient. The ground was still made of black gold, but because they seemed to have reached a new section, the collapse behind them had stopped. On both sides of the road, there were large amounts of floating stone statues. Upon closer inspection, they were all stone statues of people, and they were very lifelike. Some of them were laughing, some were crying, some were merciful, and some were ferocious. There were all kinds of strange expressions. Awe. Staring at these stone statues, some people were startled. This is the dusk of the gods. Princess Tian thought of Lin Ling's words and couldn't help but ask in a serious tone. Everyone's hearts trembled. Could it be that these stone statues were all alive? You're right. These stone statues are all alive. Moreover, when they were alive, the weakest was an expert of the martial god realm. At this moment, Lin Ling confirmed their thoughts. His words made everyone frown. Look, other than the stone statues, there are many other things around them. Someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw many treasures floating around the stone statues. There were divine swords, divine shields, ancient bronze cauldrons, ancient umbrellas, and even some spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs that they had never seen before. This meant that these treasures were left behind by experts of the martial god realm. At this moment, everyone's eyes burned with greed. Some of the more impulsive ones even took the risk. He saw an exquisite jade pagoda the size of a palm and then flew off the road. Everyone was shocked. Most importantly, this person was a handsome young man. He was also an expert of the god ranking and could be considered one of the stronger ones among the group. Someone immediately shouted, "Wu Wen, you're courting death. This pagoda belongs to my Wu family. That stone statue belongs to the Wu family's ancestor." The young man replied coldly. As he got closer to the floating stone statue, he became more and more excited. Wu family's ancestor. Many people frowned. That young man was the son of a duke in the final world. His father's name was Duanren Emperor. Who would have thought that their ancestor would die here? No wonder that young man was so agitated. And this young man probably wanted to bring back their Wu family's treasures. At this point, the young man's palm was about to touch the exquisite jade pagoda. Caw caw caw. But at this time, the walls around him distorted and swallowed the young man whole. No! The young man screamed in fear. Unfortunately, it was useless as he was swallowed whole. Everyone was dumbfounded. A moment later, a strange soul flew out from the flowing black gold walls and swam towards the distance. That should be Wu Wen. Someone muttered anxiously. No one said a word, but they already knew the answer in their hearts. It seemed like although there were many treasures around them, they could only be seen but not taken. Chapter 36:43. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he tried to deduce what had happened. The stone statue that Wu Wen went to was about 20 meters away from the main road. Wu Wen's speed was 600 worlds, but the moment he touched the stone statue, the black gold wall appeared. This means that if you want to get the treasure in the stone statue, you have to surpass Wu Wen's speed. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the stone statues in the distance. There were a few treasures that caught his eye. One was a small bronze cauldron. Lin Ling knew what that small cauldron was. It was called the godly Shumi cauldron. It was a precious treasure. It was said that if anything was thrown into the cauldron, as long as time passed, it would turn into an emperor crystal. It could be called a treasure bowl. Another was a black dragon soul. This was something even more precious than a dragon's soul. The last one was a seemingly ordinary herb. This divine herb was called the good and evil two-faced herb, and it was of great help to Lin Ling. This was because this spiritual herb could increase Lin Ling's chances of breaking through by 20%. In addition to the divine elixir from before, it was a full 50%. However, these three treasures were all more than 20 meters away from each other. Shaking his head, Lin Ling gave up completely. Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu also took a fancy to some treasures, but they also gave up in the end. There were many treasures around, and they were all extremely ancient existences. It was obviously difficult to suppress the greed in their hearts and restrain themselves. Some experts almost rushed out several times when they saw treasures that suited them. However, after biting their tongues, they were stimulated by the pain and finally restrained themselves. After walking like this for an hour, the stone statues on both sides of the main road increased. Some of the stone statues were very far away, but some were very close. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. 5 meters away from the main road, a statue of a Buddha was floating there. A jade box was floating around his body. When the jade box was opened, there were 9 exquisite fruits lying inside. On the other side was a set of scriptures. The scriptures were thick and heavy, and seemed to be divided into 6 sets. Brother Ling, that's the Heart Sutra of Permitha. It's the Buddha God's great canon. Currently, the sutra that's being passed down in the 9 prefectures is the first set of incomplete sutra. Xian Yuangu immediately said to Lin Ling. She had a page of the scripture, so she knew a lot. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were interested in the scriptures. After all, there were quite a few people who cultivated the Buddha God martial arts. The Buddha God martial arts were vast and could cleanse one's world origin. It was one of the best cultivation methods. Lin Ling nodded. His soul force spread out and he began to speculate. While he was calculating, there were a few people who were ready to make a move. However, they were afraid of the black gold ancient wall and did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. He used talent fusion and shot forward. This guy wants money more than his life. Everyone was shocked to see someone flying off the main road. Especially after seeing Lin Ling, the roar in their hearts became even stronger. Princess Tian and the others also saw Lin Ling. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, and the others sneered. They could not wait for Lin Ling to be swallowed by the black gold ancient wall. However, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. Moreover, he had calculated the time. After using the speed of 900 worlds and obtaining the 2 treasures, he immediately retreated. When he arrived at the main road, the black gold ancient wall had just started to wriggle. Everything seemed simple, but it was actually extremely dangerous. When Lin Ling arrived at the main road, everyone's heart trembled. Some people who had a grudge against Lin Ling cursed in their hearts. Lin Ling had taken advantage of them again. How brave! Some people who had no grudge against Lin Ling secretly praised him. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who see them. Let's think about how to divide them. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. That's the spatialization fruit. It can increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial ancestor realm. Consuming 9 fruits will increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial ancestor realm by 10%. Lin Ling, we have a lot of people here. How about sharing it with everyone? The Permitha Heart Sutra belongs to you. A few people walked out excitedly. Obviously, these treasures were what they wanted. Among them, a man was the most excited. He seemed to have been searching for these treasures for many years. He said calmly, Lin Ling, you don't have any objections, right? Objections my ass. However, after Lin Ling kept the treasures, he looked coldly at the man and threw a punch without saying anything. Then, he threw a few more punches and sent those people flying off the main road. If you can come back, I don't have any objections. Lin Ling said calmly at the same time. He controlled the strength of his punch very well. It allowed those people to reach the Buddha statue, but they did not have Lin Ling's terrifying speed. When they tried to come back, they were swallowed by the black gold ancient wall. Junior brother. Senior brother Liu. Those who were familiar with those people shouted and looked angrily at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed their senior brother. Why? Do you have any objections? Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at them calmly. Previously, those people had wanted his treasures, and Lin Ling had given them a chance to go on an adventure. If they could return alive, Lin Ling would share the treasures with them. If they couldn't do it, what right did they have to ask? Of course, the others did not think so. They all thought that Lin Ling was too overbearing. Wu Feiming took a step forward and said coldly, "You killed my junior brother." "No, it was greed that killed your junior brother." Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and replied coldly. The crowd was secretly surprised. They did not expect that one of them was Wu Feiming's junior brother. No wonder he was so arrogant. Wu Feiming was also one of the people who had 8 keys. He was also one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, so he was not weak. "No matter what you say, you killed my junior brother." Wu Feiming's face was extremely cold. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, "I killed him." "So what? You're not convinced?" After saying this, he took a step forward and condensed the power of the 9,000 realms on his fist. He threw a punch at Wu Feiming. How arrogant! He attacked without saying anything. This made many people unhappy. They secretly hoped that Wu Feiming could defeat Lin Ling. However, Wu Feiming's pupils changed and became strange. Suddenly, a straw man appeared in front of him. Bang! The terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's punch, which was originally aimed at Wu Feiming, seemed to have been changed by some rules. It was aimed at the straw man. What a powerful move. This guy's strength is probably stronger than Lin Ling. It was the first time for many people to see this move. They were shocked. Because Wu Feiming's move could change the trajectory of Lin Ling's attack. This meant that Wu Feiming was stronger than Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that Wu Feiming was similar to his steps of God, which also used the world to attack the enemy. The difference was that Wu Feiming's strength was not as strong as his steps of wisdom. Boom! Lin Ling's fist did not stop. He attacked like a monster. The straw man had just become bigger when it was immediately smashed by Lin Ling's punch. The withered grass scattered on the ground. Chapter 36-44. Fatal Temptation. Wu Feiming's brows twitched and something exploded in front of him. Smoke filled the air and another straw doll appeared. This straw doll had a smile on its face and it looked a little creepy. Bang! However, the straw doll that had just appeared was destroyed by Lin Ling once again. Lin Ling's fist didn't stop there and he punched Wu Feiming once again. Boom! Another straw doll was destroyed. After a dozen rounds, Wu Feiming's face finally changed. Even though Lin Ling's attack trajectory would be changed by his straw dolls, Lin Ling could destroy all of them. Previously, he had asked Lin Ling to see how much he could destroy. In truth, Lin Ling had also asked him to see how much he could block. The number of straw dolls he had was decreasing. One had to know that these straw dolls were made from the witch's hair and they were a type of goo. The process of making them was extremely troublesome. However, all of them had been destroyed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't touch him. The road ahead might be dangerous, and we need everyone's strength to face it together. At this time, someone shouted anxiously. It was Wangu Qianji. He quickly added, "My younger brother, Wangu Wuji, mentioned you to me before." Wangu Wuji was currently training with Sakura and the others. He was also one of Lin Ling's friends. Lin Ling had to give him face. Hence, Lin Ling retracted his fist and kicked out. His foot landed on Wu Feiming's chest and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Wu Feiming spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. At least he wasn't killed by Lin Ling. I'll give Wangu Wuji some face and let this matter rest. Lin Ling said domineeringly. He looked at Wu Feiming and said with disdain, "You dare to stop me with that little bit of strength? You're like an egg hitting a rock." Pooh! Wu Feiming spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. His face turned pale from the humiliation. "Here, I'll also tell you a rule. You can listen to it or not, but if you're killed by me, don't blame the heavens and the earth." Lin Ling looked at everyone with contempt. "I don't care what grudges you have, but the treasures you obtained belong to you. If others try to snatch them, kill them without mercy." With that, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the others forward. He didn't even bother to say an extra word of nonsense, nor did he bother to explain. In any case, Lin Ling had already explained. If they couldn't understand, then they shouldn't blame Lin Ling for being heartless. Does this guy think he's the boss? Princess Tian. Seeing the rampant Lin Ling, everyone was unhappy. He killed people in front of them, and now there was a rule. If this wasn't the boss, then what was? Princess Tian's face didn't look good either. Logically speaking, her status was the highest, but Lin Ling didn't care about her at all. However, she wasn't sure how far the road was, or what they would encounter along the way, so she could only let Lin Ling be arrogant. As for Ningbo Tao and Kagura, they narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling. His evaluation of Lin Ling went up another notch. Wu Feiming's strength isn't weak, and he's mysterious. Lin Ling can easily suppress him. It seems that we've underestimated his strength. This Lin Ling can't be allowed to do whatever he wants. We must find a way to kill him, and for safety's sake, it's best if we work together. Yes, it's best to call Wu Feiming together. The three of them should be able to kill Lin Ling if they work together. They whispered to each other, their eyes full of murderous intent. This was because as Lin Ling continued to display his strength, they began to feel the pressure increasing. Then, the crowd moved forward again. With Lin Ling's first experiment, many people became confident and rushed out of the stone statue. Unfortunately, they didn't have Lin Ling's calculation ability, so those who rushed out mostly died. If they wanted to rush out of the main road to seize the stone statue's treasures, first, speed. Second, soul power calculation. Most of them didn't have these 2 points. Even if they had speed, they didn't have soul power calculation. Sometimes, some people even tried to seize the stone statue's treasures, but in the end, they died. However, when it was Lin Ling's turn, he easily seized those treasures. The same stone statue, but different people tried to seize it, but the outcome was completely different. It was impossible for them not to be envious of him. Because until now, only Lin Ling had gained something. Look at that. After walking for a long time, a strange stone statue suddenly appeared on the side of the road. It was more like a person than a stone statue. In the eyes of Tian Ao and the others, it was an extremely beautiful classical beauty, absolutely beautiful and out of this world. She sat there quietly, gently stroking the pipa, and the melodious sound of the pipa could be heard. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away and shook the mortal world. She was like a goddess that had fallen from the 9 heavens. Her beautiful face was like flawless jade, as if it had gone through the most perfect carving. However, there was also a kind of hazy feeling. Every frown and smile gave people a fatal shock. In the eyes of everyone, she was the most perfect image. Even Ningbo Tao, Kagura and the rest were attracted. At the same time, Princess Tian, Fairy Axayan Yen and the rest were the same. It was as if the stone statue had a fatal charm. If there was an exception, it would be those who were married and had families of their own. What did you do? Those people were extremely confused. That's just a stone statue, why are you acting like that? Another person pulled his junior brother and said. In his eyes, that was not a classical beauty, but a statue. Well, I don't know why either, but I feel that she's too beautiful, and she's calling me over. Someone immediately replied. He was completely captivated. However, beside him, someone immediately gave him a slap to wake him up. Are you crazy? If you dare to leave the main road, you'll definitely die. I know, but I can't resist that charm. Even though that person was awake, he still had the urge to leave the main road. And it was not only the men, even the women were the same. Because in the eyes of the women, that was not a peerless beauty, but a handsome, the most perfect man in the world. Especially for Fairy Axayan Yen and the other women, the man in front of them was actually Lin Ling. Therefore, they all had the urge to leave the main road and travel the world with Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling and Yu Yu were fine. Because the partner they yearned for the most in their hearts was actually by their side, so they were not tempted. Looks like that stone statue is not simple. Lin Ling stared into the distance and muttered. He guessed that the stone statue could dig out the yearning in people's hearts and increase the temptation, making people unable to control themselves. And the people here were all top experts, and their martial hearts had been tempered thousands of times, but they were still tempted. This showed how powerful that stone statue's charm was. Wake up, all of you. If you leave the main road, only death awaits you. Then, Lin Ling used his soul power to form a voice that appeared in the minds of Fairy Axayan Yen and the rest.